Would anyone like to address the council? Okay, we'll move on to mayor and city council discussion items. Would anyone like to discuss anything? Yeah, I'll talk about the task force. So we had a meeting today for the rental inspection task force. It went very well. I tried to keep it under 2 hours, but we got 2 hours and 10 minutes. I think we covered everything we needed to cover. The primary focus was safety and human life. We discussed smoke alarms, fire extinguishers, access, egress, windows, electrical, pests, rodents, mold, boiler inspections. We had a great crew of people. We had property managers, landlords. We had a tenant, someone that had rented multiple properties, the state electrical inspector, the chief of police. We had the public works building department, the city planner. We had city inspector. Who else did we have? Chief of police, the code enforcement officer. I think we had a really good crew. So we're going to work on that internally as a staff. And then I think they requested to have another meeting. We could bring our proposal forward. And then once we agree to that, we will bring it forward to city council for discussion. And then ultimately for you guys to vote. Did I cover it pretty good, Tim? Tim was there. You all right? Okay, anything else?
Yeah, I got about 3 or 4 things to bring up here. I'd like to give a thanks out to Meadama Sanitation for on Christmas Day. They have a big dumpster out there for the public to take, you know, the garbage, extra garbage that you have during Christmas, you know, for free. Take it out and dump it. I mean, I took advantage of it. I know a lot of people did because that thing was jam-packed. It was full. And I appreciate that because it saved us a lot of.
Kevin, is your microphone on?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Okay, maybe closer to the
Okay.
microphone.
I'm thanking Meadama for the dumpster they have on Christmas Day. Another thing, I've had people reach out, have we done bids on pickleball courts yet? Because
I think we're going over that today.
it's getting late in the season.
Yep, that's number 18 tonight.
Because they're worried about not.
Or no, not bids.
No, we have not bid yet. I've been told that the plans will be done toward the ends of this week. They'll need to be reviewed by GF&P, and then after that review, they can go out for bids.
A lot of them are worried that, you know, it's been out there for a long time and they're worried they might lose another season if they don't get the bids going.
I'm confident that they will be done in the 25 season.
Okay. Another thing I have is I've been approached by almost the whole council on the Good Old Boys Club article in the newspaper that was published the other day. And a lot of people in town, everywhere I've gone, people have asked about it. And if there is a Good Old Boys Club, I don't know about it. If there is, we'd like to know who it is. If not, it just give the whole town a bad review, I think. Because if I was a businessman looking to come to town, like a lot of people have told me, and they read that article, they probably wouldn't come to Mitchell. And if what was said in there is true, then I'd like to know who it is. And if not, we can't be writing stuff like that in the paper and getting everybody all fired up about it. Because it was definitely a negative article, definitely negative towards the city of Mitchell as far as I'm concerned. I've talked to business owners from big businesses, people who had 2 or 3 employees, and they were not happy about it either. It didn't matter who had went to church Sunday, people jumped me. Went to ball games, I got jumped. I went to the grocery store, people jumped me. And I know a lot of these guys have told me that everywhere they go, they've heard about it too. We can't do that and have the city grow. And another complaint that I've heard from the council and other people around town is, we're a team. It's not an I thing. Everything is I. We can't be doing the I thing all the time. For instance, the Randall water deal. Joe and Stephanie, they put a ton of time in. The council's put time in. It's not a one thing. Last time I spelled the word team, I wasn't in team. We've got to work as a team. We've got to keep good morale. A lot of the workers in town are getting tired of it. We've got to keep a happy working workforce in our city. And with that, I don't know if anybody else has anything to mention about that today. I've heard from almost all the council members. I've heard from city workers. I've heard from citizens in town. And being as I'm president, they want me to, bring it up and let's work together to get things done. All right?
All right, sounds good.
And if there's a good old boys club, I'd like to know who's on it.
Well, I heard you were going to bring something up like that, and I had something I was going to respond on things I'd seen, but I don't know that this is the place to do that publicly. You said we want to be a team.
Well, you're the one that brought it up in the newspaper, and everybody in town read it. If it's true, it's true. If it's not, it's a lie. I mean, plain and simple. That's the way most of these people here feel, too.
And
They asked me
what,
to bring it up to the council, because I'm the president. So.
I don't think that this is the place to argue about that.
We're not arguing. I'm just asking if it's true.
That's what my article asked, was it true as well?
It sounded like it was true, but I read the article.
My article posed the question, is it real or not? I made no claims whatsoever.
Okay. But it wasn't good for the city, and it wasn't good for people who want to come into the city to read something like that, is what I'm getting at. You give the city a black eye, is basically what it did. And the people I talked to, I'm not hammering on you, but I mean, it made a lot of noise around town. At least wherever I went, it did. And I'm talking to a lot of these other people, they did too.
So I guess I probably took the other side. I took the other side. I bet I had hundreds of people ask me that question. What's going on with the Good Old Boys Club? That's why I posed the question. To ask everyone in town what was going on. Because what better way than to ask the citizens of Mitchell what's going on? And I have a flood of emails and texts and calls of situations that have happened in the past. And things that are going on currently that quite frankly, I don't want to announce because it might embarrass some of you. And I'm not going to say it. And like you said, we need to be a team.
We do.
We need to work together.
Anything done if we're not a team. That's what, consensus of the council was. And that's why
I think it's weird that you said that I made I when, with the Randall District, I made it a point to thank the staff at this meeting, on the radio.
It was just an instance. I have people tell me that's all it is I. I mean, I don't know. I don't read your Facebook page. I don't do Facebook.
Okay. Well, I don't think this is the,
I'd like to slide in here because, and I'm not defending anybody. I'm not saying there is or isn't a good old boys club. I did read the article numerous times and I read some posts. I understand what you're saying, Councilman McCardle, about working as a team. I totally agree. But I also think Jordan hit on some pretty good points in there about people don't move here for pay. I just don't see it. They move here for family. I was an employer of upwards of 15 people at any given time. I chose different ways to retain my employees than the normal guy in my field would have done. It worked. And I just think that it ties back to, and Jordan said this in the article, about housing. People can afford these houses if we just pay a little more. You don't have to pay. I'm not telling you, George's not telling you you have to pay. He's just pointing out the facts that our income in Mitchell is lower than a lot of top 10 municipalities. That's all he was doing. The Good Old Boys Club, I ignored that part of it because I don't know any of them either. I just don't think it's right that we're sitting here arguing about this when I agree we should be working as a team. And there's way more important things, I guess, than, I don't let my feelings get hurt, I guess. When I walk in that door, I check my emotions at the door and work for the people. And I think that's what we all could do maybe a little bit better at. I do appreciate Jordan's work. And he did recognize Justin, Stephanie, Joe doing a unbelievable amount of work. I mean, I've been on here for a year and a half, and I know it was going on way before that with this water deal. And it's a huge thing for the city of Mitchell. Let's not let a little disagreement like this screw up what the city's got going. I get a lot of people in the community telling me, I love what's going on. The snowball's rolling. Let's keep it rolling. And I think, I was just down to the soybean plant again the other day, and I just drive down and I think, this is an opportunity. Mike Laritz, I'm going to tell you the same. This is an opportunity for the city of Mitchell to come together and just knock it out of the park. So let's do it. Let's not argue about it.
There's no arguing.
I have something.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I would, go ahead. Yeah, you bet.
I just, I visited a little bit with Mike Lawrenson today, and you know, I've been on the Development Corp committee for a long time, and I guess we're not aware of any good old boys club, and we do try to promote Mitchell and to bring individuals in, and businesses in. I am not aware of at all of ever anybody trying to distract anybody from coming to Mitchell or to open a business or to expand a business. So I guess it kind of caught me off guard that, because I know the Development Corp works very diligently on trying to bring more people and more businesses to town. So I like your goal of 20,000. I really do. And I think, you know, if we stay positive, I think we could show why new businesses and new citizens would want to come to Mitchell. But I agree that we should try to keep the negative part out. But it's fine to be critical. It's fine to maybe bring out some shortcomings that we have. But let's, as Kevin said, let's work together on these. And I really feel that we've got the momentum going right now. Just look at what we've done so far with even just in the last few years with the school, with the water, with the sewer plant, so forth. We've got things really starting to work for Mitchell. And that's where I'm thinking that we can take these positives and get ourselves to that goal of 20,000.
I'm assuming, and sorry to interrupt, but I'm guessing nobody read my second part of my article because I was limited in the Daily Republic about how the Good Old Boys Club was not actually a group of people, but a mindset of trying to keep out competition. Now, if anyone's owned a business, you know you do what you can to limit competition. That's just part of business. And in my article, I also didn't say, is there? I made it very clear to say, was there? I never implied there was one now. I wanted to address what the public had asked me to research. Our jobs as elected officials are to listen to our constituents and bring forth their complaints, not my personal opinions. Did I interject some of my opinions? Yes. I tried to limit that as much as possible. Now, as far as the pay, I can understand how some people may have taken that the wrong way. Again, I didn't make any claims. I asked a question to get people thinking. And clearly, based on some comments, it worked. Now, I didn't want it to be negative. If you read my second follow-up, and by the way, Luke from the Mitchell Republic changed my headline and said, here's the reason why. I never said that anywhere. He added that headline. So I just want everyone to be clear. The headline was supposed to say, is this the reason? And as far as the pay goes, I truly stand behind that. We sat here within the last few months, and all of you 100% unanimously voted to give the police officers a higher raise and a stipend to move to Mitchell. And it worked. We are at one of the highest staff we've ever had for the police department in the last 5 years. It works. It's just a fact. And I didn't mean it to be derogatory. I tried my best to try to just make people think and get their noodles rolling. I think it did it. I would apologize publicly if anyone got offended. But you can't grow until you acknowledge the truth and you accept it. I did not lie in that article. Everything I said was true. And I posed a question at the end to get people thinking. And I think it worked. And I understand if anyone's offended, and I feel bad for that. I don't think this is the time to be arguing about this. I would have appreciated a phone call ahead of time, but I understand it because I would have done this too if I was sitting in the audience right now because I totally understand it. Did you have something to say, Susan?
Yeah, different subject. Do you want me
Okay,
to
if everyone's ready to move on, we can move on.
Okay. So, yeah, total departure from that. I would say that the number one thing that we are asked collectively as a council by the public is when we're going to update the Corn Palace in a real way, like doing things that are going to actually allow for more uses and events. Obviously, we've made great and significant, beautiful improvements to the front portion of the Corn Palace and to the exterior. But now I think it's time that we make some similar improvements and improve the assets of the interior portion, the portion where the public spends the lion's share of their time, which is in the events portion of that. We continue on an annual basis to invest money on things that are maintenance, like boilers, and I understand the freight elevator needs some work and several things. I think if we think about the money that we're currently spending on maintenance items, that's a significant portion that we could be putting towards improvements that we would be making on the Corn Palace. So I think it's time. We have money in reserves that are uncommitted that we could put towards a significant project. There is the prospect of sponsorships that would assist in funding. And I believe that this is an investment that would have a positive, a profound, a lasting, and a very significant impact on our community. So I would like to request that at our next meeting on January 21st, that we have Shemmer come with a proposed agreement showing designs and cost estimates for Corn Palace improvements.
Okey dokey. We will add that. You guys have a budget in mind?
I mean,
Are we allowed to make that
that's
decision?
part of it. That's, the cost estimates would be an important part of that.
So we already have 3 designs with 3 cost estimates. So you're just looking for updated cost estimates?
I think that we'd like to see a proposal by Shemmer.
I'll hop in here a little bit too. At our last work session, there was a proposal that was sent out or given, and Kevin, you kind of had it and kind of looking at it as none of the 3 designs itself that were proposed before COVID hit, but taking a look at the possibility of the stage and moving east and adding the some telescopic seats over there and putting more square footage on the floor. And in my mind, and I think you've actually have kind of worked a little bit on looking at this, Kevin, of
Yeah,
saying,
Sam was in on a meeting, Mayor was, Stephanie was.
yeah, and so I totally agree with Susan that I would like to have Robin here so we can bring a proposal to see what potentially it would cost to design this project, and then also what his estimates are for the cost of the project itself. And we talked about it at the last work session that we did have. I thought it was pretty well agreeable that we should move forward with it, or at least take a good look and get the public's input.
This has been something that we've kicked around for so long, and I think it's time that we just need to take a stand and make the first move, and let's get the ball rolling. It's time we need to make this improvement. This is the icon of our community. This is the centerpiece, the crown jewel of our community, and so we need to make some investments that are going to make a lasting impact.
Just so
I
I'm
thought the
clear.
first meet,
Go ahead.
I thought the first meeting we had, I thought was real good, a lot of good discussions. As far as first discussions, he had a lot of good ideas, his presentation was good. I thought, we had, Jason Christensen was here, he brought a lot of good things to the table as far as design, as far as what would work better for high schools and colleges, for teams, I should say. I thought everything went good. I thought it was, his ideas, it was all downscaled from the first ones where it was going to go, too much for what Mitchell, I thought, could afford. But these here, I think, are worth looking into. I thought the meeting was good, and I'd like to pursue it also.
I guess I just we're going back to the drawing board then? Or are we using one of the 3 that they've already prepared?
Jordan, you talked to them. Why don't you explain what that meeting was? It really wasn't, it was kind of,
So my request was to talk to Robin and tell him to get us off $45 million to remodel the Corn Palace. And we immediately went there over and over and over again. So I just kept asking, is there any way you can change this? And it just kept going back to the same thing over and over and over. And, I just was reminded of a quote today that says, if you keep doing the same thing over and over, you're going to keep getting the same thing over and over. And the Corn Palace thing is such a split in the community that I don't know what people would decide if it ever went to the voting booth. The meeting was basically to propose the exact same three things that we have already gotten, that I don't really know what happened last time. I don't remember. I mean, that was 3 years ago now. The drawings have been up in the Corn Palace for years. So I'm not sure whatever changed or what happened other than the price going up. So I'm not sure what changes we're looking for, but it sounds like Robin has the same exact plans from Schemmer, and nothing's changed, but the prices went up. So
I don't believe the prices have gone up. We were gonna do a scaled down version of it. Go ahead, wasn't you, Dan, at the meeting?
Yeah, and then, well, with the boilers, the heating exchange, there's a major problem. They need fixing. So if you don't fix them, you're going to spend a lot of money. And if you want to get the locker rooms and stuff updated, they got to be moved because they're right beside it. There's a lot of discussion on that, nothing planned. We had a lot of good ideas, I thought. We're going to be sticking a lot of money in the Corn Palace anyway. You're going to be sticking $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 just on that stuff. And that should have been, in my opinion, should have been done 3-4 years ago.
And, I think one of the impetus of this is that we have all of these major expenses that we need to invest in the Corn Palace. The boiler is a perfect example of that. And so instead of doing piecemeal things that are going to just do one little thing, let's look at that. Let's look at our annual maintenance costs that we're putting into things that are worn out, things that are needing to be replaced. And let's take that part of the budget that we would normally spend on that and consider that would be something that, at least for an extended period of time, would no longer be necessary. We could use that towards improvements on the Corn Palace. We do have money that, people always are asking, what are you going to do? I understand there's still money in reserves. What are you going to do with that? And I'm like, well, I'd like to see us put it towards the Corn Palace. And we still are above what the state wants us to have in our reserves. We need to spend that down. And I don't want us to just waste it and piddle it away. I want it to be something that we invest in that's meaningful and that's impactful and that is significant and that's going to leave a lasting impact for our community.
And that plan that you brought, or Stephanie brought, or somebody, the first, that was none of the three that was discussed 4 or 5 years ago, 3-4 years ago. That was not one of the plans at all. Would that be a true statement?
Not going completely east. I think even their smallest plan had them renovating part of this building for use of the Corn Palace.
Right.
That's what happened. The plan you saw, the last one, where we're like, yeah, as soon as we got over there, he goes, oh, yeah, I never thought about that. And then, boom, it went right back to where it's like, oh, yeah, you can't do that because now you have the boiler rooms. I said, how are we going to heat this place in the winter? He's like, oh, I never thought about that. So what are we going to do? Now we're going to have to basically we're going to have to do some sort of temporary heat. In like a 50,000 square foot building, that's like a whole nother animal. So we would have to shut down the whole building for 18 months probably to do most of the work or somehow figure out a temporary heat source. And that's where it just kind of kept going, oh, what do we do now? Oh, I didn't think about that. And I'm not saying anything bad about Robin, but it's just like.
I know that Robin is in town often because he's working on the high school. Am I correct?
He comes every other Wednesday, yep.
Yeah. So maybe in the interim between now and our next meeting, we could have people sit down with him and talk about some of the concerns, some of the things we'd like to see. And I think that we owe it to ourselves to have the presentation and to get it out so the public can see what we're talking about, so the public can get a bird's eye view of the possibilities, and then let's see what happens. I mean, maybe it goes to a vote, and then you find out, you'll get the answer to your question, right? One way or the other. So, but we won't get the answer to that question if we never take the first step. So we need to take the first step. We need to realize that this is an important part of what keeps our community going. Those visitors that come to that Corn Palace on an annual basis pay for everything. I mean, that's a major portion of where we get our money. And so we can't just sit back and let it just, die. I mean, let it keep crumbling and keep, piecemealing things together. Oh, let's put in a new freight elevator, let's put in a new boiler, let's do this, and without really making a big design, looking at it, finding out what we can do, seeing if there's a possibility of people who would be willing to be sponsors. I think our new Corn Palace director, maybe even I've heard at
I told him we're going to ask him important questions tonight.
Yeah, at his interview, had some ideas, and I think, he's in a key position to be able to, help us talk to those people, and I just think that the time is right. I don't think, here we are, January 2025, let's take the first step, let's get this ball rolling.
So my question is, what's the goal? I've heard that we would want to get some state tournaments back. So Dave and I, the new Corn Palace director, have taken it upon ourselves to start calling some of these state dart, pool, wrestling associations to see if we did this project, would they even come back? Now, if they said no, would that change your mind?
If you build it, they will come.
Now, I love that sentiment, but I could show you a lot of businesses that said that and failed. And I don't want to be negative, but I'm just saying that.
Jordan, you're the guy that needs to be like, you're the guy that's, this
Oh,
has
listen.
been your soapbox for
Listen,
your entire
someone told me they were
campaign.
afraid I was going to be like the guy from Parks and Rec that was going to have the ice mountain. Do you guys remember that? He basically took over mayor as a town, started an ice rink, and bankrupt the entire city. So I'm trying not to do that. Okay, that's, protecting the people is number one.
But you're the guy who's been like, let's find a way to make money from the Corn Palace.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like
I'm
I've
excited
heard that.
to release those numbers.
Here's your opportunity to shine, Jordan. Here's your opportunity to make all your dreams come true.
I don't know if I can make money for, I don't know if I can,
Listen to Robin if he wants to share.
I agree. I think we need to, let's listen.
okay, that's fine.
I would like to request that is on our next agenda as a member of the city council.
I'm for it, listening to him, but what are we going to listen to? Is he bringing us a new proposal, like I said, or what's he going to bring?
He told me.
You can't just show up here and
He
talk
to-
about the same things, what I'm getting at. We
He
need a
told me if he
plan.
wants, if we want to do anything else, we're going to have to pay for another study.
That's what I'm asking.
Well,
And I know the city's view on studies.
This is,
The
yeah,
citizens.
this is a design contract, yeah.
I heard her say a design contract to move forward, so it wouldn't be like the previous study in my mind.
But are we picking one of those three?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Even if you picked one of those three, that's not a design that was completed. It was a schematic process, so you would have had to go through a design phase, even if you chose one of those three.
Okay. Okay, then one more thing I'd say, I'm all for doing something with Corn Palace, but tourism grows our town very little. So I'm with Jordan on this. If we stick 35 minutes, it's not going to grow our town. Will it bring people to town? Yes.
Absolutely.
And I'm for that. I understand that. But if we're about growing the town also, we have to consider some of these other things.
I think about the fact that this is just a little thing, but I think about the fact that we have the national push pedal pull competition in Mitchell, South Dakota, and people come from all over to compete in the push pedal pull contest, but bring their kids from all over. I don't think that that's an isolated demographic. I don't think that's like a fluke. I think that is an indication that people will truly, I say that tongue in cheek, if you build it, they will come, but I truly believe that. In my heart, I believe that there are opportunities that are out there that are waiting for us, that if we make some significant improvements, that we will be able to accommodate tournaments and trade shows, and, we could have Jack's Campers and other outdoor people come and do an outdoor show like what they do in Sioux Falls. I think there is a world of possibilities that we've never tapped into them because it hasn't been a real option, a real opportunity, because we really haven't been able to accommodate those things. So I think that let's take a look. Let's listen to what he has to say. Let's tell him that we don't necessarily want to hear just the same thing over again, that we need to see, let's have something that's going to be, refreshed and renewed, and something that's going to meet the needs that we've discussed. For as long as I've been on the council, which is, it's getting up there. It's 12 years now. So it's been a long time that I've been on the council, and even longer than these guys now, but you guys have been talking about it too, right? So for a long time, so.
Someone just messaged me from an audience member at home. If the chamber has it for the entire summer months, the floor, how do we bring new events? And during the winter, we have DW play almost every weekend. So when looking at the new design, should we take that into consideration of what to do with the chamber? Okay.
Absolutely.
Where,
100%, yeah.
so where would those guys go?
There is a potential if we do a design phase that we could look at adding something to have a permanent space for a gift shop as a part of the design phase. So it's not on the court, but rather someplace else within the facility as a part of what we're doing. And if you ask me what my priorities with the remodel of the Corn Palace would be, it would be looking at some kind of solution that would allow that to happen.
Okay, any other Corn Palace talk, or should we get this thing rolling? I don't want to cut you off, but. Oh, go ahead.
I got bad news.
Okay.
If you haven't had enough tonight. So we did find out the last couple weeks when the Mitchell Telecom broadcast wasn't working, there was a problem in the way they were grabbing our live stream. So it wasn't anything on our end. However, with
Someone
that
just
being
asked, someone asked
said,
me and said it works now.
oh, it started now. Okay, good.
Yeah, they
The
asked-
live stream, we did have an issue getting ours started. I was messaging with Mitchell Telecom. I'm glad. they
Someone
got
just,
it
yeah,
going.
someone said it wasn't working, now it's working.
Yay, okay, great. Tonight was our fault, but the previous ones were not.
No one's going to believe that. All right, shall we move on?
I'm glad it's working again, so. I can stop texting everyone.
Okay. Board of Adjustment, entertain a motion for the city council to recess and sit as the Board of Adjustment.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Goldhammer, second by Mr. Bathke. Okay, further discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Action to set date for Board of Adjustment hearing 1/21/25. Ashbrook Trail Apartment Limited Partnership has applied for conditional use permit for multifamily dwellings of more than 24 units located at the 2100 block of North Minnesota, legally described as shown on the agenda.
Move to set the date for both actionable items.
Okay. Motion by Mr. Goldhammer, second by Mrs. Turks. Further discussion? Anyone in the audience wish to discuss this? Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Reconvene as city council. Entertain a motion for the Board of Adjustment to adjourn and the city council to reconvene in regular session. We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, action to approve 2025 official depositories.
This is just the annual approval of the depositories for the city.
Move to approve.
Motion by Mr. Goldhammer. Second by Mr. Bathke. Okay, further discussion? Anyone in the audience like to speak on this? Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Abstain, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and one abstention. Okay, action to award bid for second, fourth, and main streetscape improvement projects 2023-21. Mr. Schrader.
Yep, Mr. Mayor, Council. Bids were opened on December 18th in City Hall Council Chambers at 1:30. 4 bids were received, with the low bid being from Schoenfelder Construction for $936,218.29. Bid tabulation is attached for your information. McLaury Engineering has recommended award, and their letter is attached. The project is under budget with the exception of the water budget. An additional $50,000 will be requested during the supplemental budget process. After the bid, it was also determined that roughly $100,000 would be needed for additional electrical work at Second. There's a large electrical line that basically feeds the majority of our lights on Main Street, and that was underestimated. So when you look at that, we added that into the contingencies, and we're still 150,000 under budget for street. And storm sewer is also roughly $100,000 under budget, which is our general fund budgets for this project. Staff does recommend awarding the bid to Schoenfelder Construction, and I can answer any questions you may have.
Move to approve.
Motion by Mr.
Exciting
Church.
to see this all coming. This is our final stage.
This is our
Just really
final run.
So,
Make sure it'll be done after this year.
Yeah, that's great.
Second by Mr. Barrington. Further discussion? Would anyone in the audience like to speak on this? Okay. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Action to approve removing the $10 spring cleanup collection fee. Now, I'll start with this before we go to Mr. Schrader. Again, my job as elected city official is to bring forth all citizen input and what they discuss, and this is one of the largest, most frequently brought up things. My job is to bring it to you guys and let you decide. Now, in a time of extremely high inflation everywhere, this costs us very little, and I think the citizens have an argument that we can give back a little bit. That's my opinion. So, Mr. Schrader, you'd like to go in?
Yep, I can go through my staff report here. So spring cleanup is offered during the third full week of April. Residents are encouraged to participate and utilize this service to get rid of additional garbage and refuse items. A $10 fee was added in 2019 for curbside spring cleanup collection. City pickup was also reduced to customers who only have city garbage service. On April 5th of 2021, the service was expanded to all residents, not just City of Mitchell garbage customers. And the $10 fee was still charged. The landfill has always been open to residents of the city for free during spring cleanup week. Like Mr. Mayor Hansen has been requested that the $10 fee be removed. And if so approved, the fee resolution will be updated as well. And I can answer any questions you may have.
I have also talked to our local private sanitation company, and they are okay with this, just to let everyone know.
This will not change what we pick up. From our notice we put out, we say absolutely no trees, tree branches, tires, batteries, yard waste, and large quantities of construction or demolition material will not be allowed for curbside pickup.
And if we're doing rental inspections to clean up our city and make it look nice, this would just be another addition to our community to help do that.
Isn't the landfill open for free dump?
That-
You can take stuff out and dump?
Yes, that is correct. Yep,
Yep.
correct.
So Joe, you still weigh it though and track it to see what it costs the city?
Yes, we do.
How much was done that week? I never asked that question. Sorry, I probably should have known that ahead of time. I think the cost is, we collect around $8,000 or $9,000 a year from doing this, I think is what the numbers were.
Yep.
Now, that's not free, however.
So yes,
service.
since we started collecting, the most we've collected is just right at 5,000. And the most we've collected has been 8,870. Last year, I have numbers, it shows that from what we collected, we technically would have lost $7,980. So like I said, with the $10, that was about a wash. That's with everything that was either picked up or taken to the landfill.
Well, it's good to see the number goes up, sounds like, from year to year. I think we all know there's plenty of stuff that needs to get to the proper areas, so that's always a positive that, like you said, at one time the numbers are 5,000 and now we're at about 8,800 last year, Joe, for the $10 fee?
Correct.
Yeah, so.
And it varies by year, depending, what was set out, I suppose.
Right.
We do accept refrigerators, furniture, those types of things, curbside, yeah.
So even with the fee in place, obviously patrons of our community are willing to pay that $10 to continue this thing that we implemented here throughout the city. I mean, it's good to see those numbers rising. If they were going down, it would show in my mind a mind of decline, as in, I'm not going to pay the $10 because it ain't worth it, but it's clearly going up. So people are standing aside that, well, it's $10, but I can get rid of a lot of stuff that is going to cost me more of that or more of a burden to me to try to pick it up and haul it someplace else. But, and the nice thing about it is we do offer the free landfill, so.
Joe, do you have a cost estimate? Because I know you run an extra truck and an extra, so in terms of manpower and salaries?
So it depends how you look at it, because you can make the argument that they're budgeted to work, so those items are taken care of anyway, because they're working their regular 8-hour day. So we did run numbers as far as labor and equipment. That comes out to roughly, last year, $36,500. But again, that, you could argue that they are, that's their regular work week.
Yeah, whether we charge the $10 for materials, that's a fixed cost. Whether we get the $10 or we don't, that cost is no matter what happens.
I would think, though, that if I could haul it to the dump myself or pay $10 to have it picked up, I'll pay the $10. And I think anybody would be hard-pressed to argue that that's not a good deal.
The other thing too, Mike just brought up to me, you said about obviously the disaster we had last year, June 19th and 20th. I remember that date for a reason, if you can figure that out. Still hauling stuff out, and even my neighbors, just a matter of fact, this last week, they were still hauling things out of their basement and disposing of it. So with that being said, I think Mike is honest. I mean, not that you were necessarily pointed out that way, but I would expect next year probably even be bigger yet, because I'm supposing people are saving some of these articles to get rid of, obviously, this coming us next spring to haul away. They probably haven't got it all done either, or they put it in the garage for the time being, knowing next year I can put it at the curbside in April. So this year we might want to expect that number to be bigger, or at least our cost to be bigger, depending on which way we go on the $10.
Marty, maybe you can explain to me what you said over the weekend and now you kind of refreshed my memory. This $10 was put in place for a reason. There was some rationale behind it, and now if we want to change that, that's fine. But I think there was a reasoning, and I don't know, Joe, you were around back then, weren't you?
I was here, but Mr. Croce was sitting where I am now.
Right.
I believe my recollection of it was a convenience fee to be picked up curbside. I believe it was also to assist in offsetting costs, but my memory is a little hazy.
Some of the conversation I also remember is during that time, there was a lot of materials put at the curb that were from out of town or other areas. And so this way they knew at least people were not just bringing things in to have picked up. It was the homeowner putting the items at the curb.
Yeah, there used to be like mountains of stuff up and down. So, I mean, I remember driving around and stuff everywhere. I'll make a motion to leave the $10 in because I think it's a bargain.
Okay, motion by Mr. McCardle,
I'll second you.
second by Mr. Barrington. Further discussion?
I did have one question that got brought up to me. Somebody asked me if April made the most sense based on our climate and temperature to have I realize that spring cleanup is a thing, but it is not always the warmest in April, and sometimes I guess it snows. And they were explaining all this to me as if I hadn't lived in South Dakota my whole life, which was really enjoyable for me. But I don't know if that's something that we could look at as well at a different time. Obviously, this actionable item was about the fee, but I think that would be something that we should look at as well.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad idea. Maybe there's a reason why the April was picked years ago. I don't know the rhyme or reason behind that, besides obviously the changing of it because people abused the privilege of why we were doing it. There's a reason why there's a fee now, but you're right. I mean, there's been multiple times in April we've got several inches of snow, even late April, and pretty tough to do a spring cleanup when you can't get your stuff out of your house to put it to the curbside or actually make more of a mess on cleaning up our streets and sidewalks and stuff like that because we're removing snow. So I'm not opposed to backing it up a little bit or a month, but maybe there's a rhyme or reason. I'm not in the parks, and I know a bunch of different departments come together to make that week happen. It's not just the street department, it's not just the parks department, it's all the departments coming together to make that week happen because there's just so much stuff to get picked up and removed and put to the dump. So it's a big thing for the city, and obviously it's got to work on whatever week they so choose. So
There's a few things of kind of how it came about. I got forwarded a letter to the editor from Ron Olson, I think it was from 2014, that basically he put in that article kind of the history of how it started and where it came from. It actually started with the National Guard, who did this as a volunteer item on a Saturday, where they picked a weekend in April. So then it grew to, got bigger, so they had National Guard and volunteers, and then it grew into the National Guard in the city. Then it came to the point where, National Guard said, hey, we can't do this anymore. So then the city took it over, and that's kind of where it started. I just received a text from Kevin Roth, who made mention to, it kind of works good in our schedule versus, when it's warmer out, we want to be focused on chip sealing or patching but we could look at, if we truly want to move it, we could look at how we could slide our regular work for the year and see if it could be moved, within that time frame that we'd want to move it to. So it's definitely something we could look at. Make it so it doesn't snow.
Yeah, I'm assuming there's a rhyme or reason. We just didn't throw it at the wall and say, hey, this week stuck. But obviously it was a collaboration of the departments saying, hey, this is the best week to make it happen before one is finishing up with whatever they're doing, the other one's starting up. So if another week, would work out, propose it back to us. And if not, I guess it is what it is, and we'll continue to move on where it's at and hope Mother Nature cooperates. So.
Yeah, and the gentleman I was talking to did tell me that probably whenever we do put it, it will snow. So don't put it in July, please.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Anyone in the audience like to discuss this?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just had a couple of things to say about this spring cleanup. I think it's extremely weird that you're talking about spending $20, $30, $40 million on the Corn Palace, yet when it comes to spending $5,000 or $6,000 a year for spring cleanup, you balk about it. That would help everybody in the community as far as I'm concerned. Another thing not everybody has a pickup or a trailer to haul stuff out to the dump, even though it's free. And another thing is, I think eventually you're going to find people taking stuff out in the country because they don't want to pay the $10. They're going to start dumping tires, garbage bags. You already see it now, but I think it's going to get worse. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience like to speak on this? Okay, we have a motion and a second to not remove the $10 fee. All those in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Motion carries. Am I supposed to? And Goldhammer, yep. Okay. Action to approve additional tree removal on Highway 37 project by Runge Enterprises?
Yep.
Mr. Schrader?
Yep, Mr. Mayor, Council. Staff was requested to obtain a cost to remove additional trees adjacent to the South Dakota Department of Transportation Highway 37 project near the spillway. The state's project has already removed trees adjacent to this area. The attached map with the staff report shows the approximate locations where the additional trees would be removed. The quote provided to us was $6,000 for removal and pile trees for city crews to haul away, or $4,000 more for $10,000 total. They would also dispose of the trees. So with that, I can answer any questions you might have.
What is your preference?
And this time of year, we haven't, knock on wood, we haven't gotten a lot of snow yet. So, it would be relatively easy for our crews to go grab them.
So this is something that would happen like immediately, or?
They want it, so the contractor would want it to be done prior to their construction season starting in March or April.
So I'm going to chime in here. Some of this is definitely started from myself. I think for those of you that know me sitting for how many years, I have always complained about the trees along North Highway 37 here in this area. We have our Avid Lake there. You can't see it from how the trees have always, I guess hid our asset that we have. It's one of our bigger assets that we carry. And when you drive along Highway 37, you just could never view it. So over the years, I've always been trying to say, can we trim these back? Can we just weed them out a little bit? Obviously, they're saving the erosion and all that kind of stuff, and I understand the purpose of them. We worked with the DOT for several years about if we remove them, we're worried about the erosion of the dirt, and so we'll just keep them there. But, we talked about maybe trimming the tops of them, just so basically we can capture the view of what it is. Well, obviously, the state has come in and done their project, and for those that have drove on Highway 37, it is immaculate on what you can see and what we offer in the city that we've been hiding for so many years. So take a little drive up there. You see this beautiful area that the state had the right to touch, and then there's an area they couldn't touch, and this is the area we're talking about. So the proposal that we're looking at tonight is to clean up the last little bad eyesores that are still standing there. And may I say, they are bad. If you don't believe me, go out there and take a look at it. Just absolutely an embarrassment on what kind of money was spent in Highway 37 from the state. And there's just a couple little blips yet that are still there. So it's more of just to finish the cleanup and to do what I was wishing for years ago to happen. And I'm glad it's finally came around. But there's just still some sore eyes there, that still need to be disappeared, and it needs to be cleaned up, and it needs to be finished by us. And the state did their part, and now they're saying, hey, this is on you. We can't touch this. It's not our area. So I believe that's what it is, Joe, right? It's an area of right-of-way that's not designated by them. It's in our city area, not the state, so.
Correct. It'd be, I believe we technically own that property, is how it'd be. So they could not perform work on our property.
Because I'd assume if they had the right to do it, they would have finished it all up. I mean, the state doesn't do stuff like that, but they had no choice in this matter. So I'm hoping that we can just finish what the state started and make that whole entire area from the spillway, which we are investing a lot of money in with the new bridge, all the way over to Kibbe Park, and then we'll consider what we're going to do by Kibbe Park later, but all the way over that area and get that whole area when you're driving Highway 37 from Kibbe Park all the way into our campground to look the way it's going to look when it's all done by the state next year. So.
I do not have a motion, so I would entertain a motion on this.
Move to approve. So do you feel like the city could do the disposal?
I do.
Okay. Then I will move to approve remove the $6,000 to remove the trees and pile for city crews to haul away and dispose.
Second.
Got a motion by Mrs. Sharks, second by Mr. Barrington. Further discussion?
Joe, any chance of leaving them there for a while for some local scavengers that burn wood out there?
There's always the possibility.
There you go.
You looking for some firewood?
No, not me.
So I think it's probably a good idea also, obviously the lake is large, that we can look at some strategic areas, Kevin, maybe replanting some trees and the right type of tree and where they should be located. So if that's something that, I don't know if it's already on your docket or not. I'm sure we plant a lot of trees, but I don't know in Lake Mitchell if what we kind of do in a year. But, we're taking them out, but let's maybe look at an area where it makes sense to put some more trees in.
That's something the mayor and I discussed a week or two ago, so I agree with it. We'll have to seek more money in future budgets to make that happen.
I'd be interested in knowing if there were any federal grants or things that would provide trees for those kinds of locations.
I did acquire one forestry grant that we're starting on this
Okay,
coming
great.
fall in terms of putting trees in. That'll be, we're working on that the next 3 years at approximately 80 trees a year.
Great. And I know that, I remember when I very first came on the council, I was given a tour around the lake, and one of the things that I was told, I can't even remember who it would have been, but it might have been Tim McGannon, but I remember him saying that, trees have a lifespan. And then at some point, they no longer are going to be viable. They're no longer going to be the beautiful trees that they once were. And at that point, it's time for them to be retired. And I think that this is a really good example of trees that have lived their life, served their purpose,
Yeah.
and they've overstayed their welcome, right?
Yeah, they're very tired. They're
Yeah.
very tired looking. So I think you're on a great idea, Jeff. We need to finish and clean this up, get it all done, and then take a look at where some other trees can properly be planted, and let alone the correct trees, may I add. These are overgrown trees that are just tired and dilapidated. They need to disappear.
Something that looks like a park accent versus not so attractive, correct.
Any further discussion? Would anyone in the audience like to discuss these trees? Okay, all those in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Action to approve Amendment 2 to Agreement A 2021-11 Wastewater Plant Improvement Project 2021-31 with HDR Engineering. Mr. Schrader.
Yep, Mr. Mayor, Council, the attached amendment with HDR Engineering is for construction professional services for the North Wastewater Treatment Plant Improvement Project. Services include continued project management beyond what was originally budgeted. The contractor is currently in liquidated damages. Amendment number 2 is for a total of $55,175 for a new contract amount of $1,806,325, and staff does recommend approval. I can answer any questions you may have.
Motion by Mr. Smith. Second by Mrs. Starks. Any further discussion? Would anyone in the audience like to discuss this? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Action to approve Amendment Number 1 to Agreement A 2022-18 First and Main Traffic Signals Project 2022-8R with HR Green. Mr. Schrader.
Mr. Mayor and Council, the city approved an agreement with HR Green for design services for the Main and First and 7th intersections on May 2nd of 2022. The project was adjusted to only bring the 7th and Main intersection to final design plans. Amendment number 1 would bring final documents to potentially allow Muth Electric to change order the First and Main intersection into their current project. The original contract amount was $66,509.60. Amendment number 1 is for $12,900 for a new contract amount of $79,409.60. I attached a map so you can see the location of the First and Main intersection. Staff does recommend approval to HR Green under the condition that I feel like if we approve this, we also need to approve the change order to allow this project to be done through Muth's contract. I kind of walked through a project budget below that of what that would look like between our current contingencies on the 7th and Main and adding in a comfortable contingency for the remainder of the project. The additional funds required would be around $300,000. That would be requested through the supplemental appropriation process.
Joe, so I have to assume that there is some cost saving that comes from doing both of the projects at once instead of doing them separately?
So the bid prices we got on the second bid were quite a bit better than the first bid. And in that project, we currently have $187,000 in contingency. So that money would be put towards to the First and Main. But we still need an additional $300,000.
Joe, how much will we have in 7th Street and First Street?
Total?
Project, yeah.
Total would be, it'd be roughly 880,000 is a good round number.
Wow. How much are stop signs?
On Main Street, a couple $100.
Okay, entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve it.
Second.
We got a motion by Mr. Baskey, second by Mr. Barrington. Any further discussion?
The funds would then be contingency, is that what you guys are thinking? Not contingency, the supplemental. Yeah, about had a heart attack over
Yes, she did. She did.
Don't be taking half of our contingency. Yeah, it'd be a supplemental appropriation in April, if approved, or March, depending on when we do that.
I guess I'm looking at it like this. Probably should go. It's just, we saved almost $200,000 on the first one, correct? So we've saved $400,000. I don't know how we don't do it, because And I understand where John's coming from, the $200 stop sign. I do understand that.
Well,
I watched the guy drag the one down Main Street, and he did get pulled over eventually.
No, you're right, we say what did you say, 40,000?
400.
400,000, but we're only spending almost 900,000, so take your pick.
Okay, further discussion? Would anyone in the audience like to discuss the stoplight change order? Okay, all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign?
Nay.
Motion carries. Action to approve amendment number 1 to Agreement A 2024-32 Pickleball Courts Engineering with SPN and Associates Project number 2023-14. Mr. Schrader.
Yep, Mr. Mayor, Council. City Council approved an agreement with SPN Associates on July 1st of '24 for the design, bidding, and full construction phase services for 6 pickleball courts at Hitchcock Park. The original project scope did not include lighting. Amendment number 1 adds the services required to add lighting to the project. That amendment is for $9,500, and that includes services for design, bidding, and construction for the lighting for a new project. A total of $62,500 for engineering services. Staff does recommend approval of amendment number 1. And I can answer any questions you may have.
Motion by Mr. McCardle,
Second.
second by Mr. Bethke. Any further discussion?
More than the pickleball people are here.
Let's get the bids in. That's all they keep telling me.
I attended their little tournament this weekend for, I don't know, hour and a half, 2 hours. I see somebody's here, so if you'd love to come up, tell us a little bit about it so I don't misspeak.
Would anyone in the audience?
Yeah,
like to
while you're
discuss
on
this?
your way up, I just want to say that at church on Sunday, there was a couple sitting at the back of the room that I'd never met before, so I naturally went and introduced myself, and they were from Spearfish. They'd come to Mitchell, had played in the pickleball tournament, had spent the weekend, and she took 4th place. I don't know. But anyway, I think that this is just a real feather in our cap, and I think that we need to make sure that we really push this and get some nice pickleball courts built for you guys.
I'm not sure what you want to know.
Tell us about who was there.
Yeah. There was, we had 10 divisions, and we put 8 people in each division, so we filled out the tournament. We had 80 people. Came from Sioux Falls, Spearfish, Watertown, Huron. Probably, from what I know about it, probably the best 2 players in Sioux Falls came over here just to play in our tournament. And if you know anything about pickleball, if you would have seen these guys play, they looked like they should have been on TV playing, because they were good. I think everyone had a good time. All the feedback we've had on it was the facility at Dakota Wesleyan, and I appreciate everything that they did for us. They said the facility was great, the courts were great, everything ran smooth. We were, I think we were done by 5:30 on Saturday and 6 o'clock on Sunday, and had everybody, all the trophies handed out and all that, and it went really well. Big thanks to Stacy Wagner, who initiated all of this. She rounded up a lot of players. She plays in tournaments all over the state, Iowa, everywhere. And she kind of rounded everybody up for this, and it turned out good, so, and made a little money, so.
So how'd you do, Kevin?
What's that?
How'd your team do?
First place.
I did okay. You gotta have a good team, gotta have somebody good beside you, that helps. That's part of the deal. So
Thank you.
It's
Anybody
fun.
else have questions for this man?
No, it's just really fun to see that happened. I was so thrilled to hear that even before we got our pickleball courts put in, we had a tournament coming. Now, hopefully this will be a twice annual tournament, one in the summer, one in the winter, and
Yeah, and, and actually summer ones are more fan-friendly or, more of a community type thing. It's just hard to sit around inside and watch pickleball all day, but if you're not involved in it.
I will say that they said there was from 14 communities, I believe 2 states,
Yeah,
Minnesota and
Iowa.
And you limited it, correct me if I'm wrong, you limited it to 80 people only?
Well, that was our choice.
Right.
Just
Well, I'm
for
saying
the
you
fact
could
that
throw it.
this was our first tournament, and we're new to the game of these tournaments, so we didn't know. We wanted to kind of control the number, but the way it sounds, we could definitely up that number next year.
Great.
Kevin, thank you very much for doing that, and I think that just promotes Mitchell itself, that we're centrally located, and whenever we have an event, people will come. And so this is the very first one, and you filled it immediately, and you filled it. That is just amazing, but again, it's a testament of our location where we're at. People love coming to Mitchell.
Yeah, and I think when we put it out there, I think we put it out there the 1st of November, right in there, 1st of November, first week in November. And the women's side filled up within a week or 2, and the men were a little slower. They say that's normal for men to be a little apprehensive. I don't know. So.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience like to discuss this? Okay. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Action to approve Agreement A 2025-01 EPA Risk Management Plan Project 2025-3 with HDR Engineering. Mr. Schrader.
Yep, Mr. Mayor, Council. The City of Mitchell Water Treatment Plant is required to complete a compliance audit of the risk management for the chlorine system at the water treatment plant. The water treatment plant does not currently make potable water. However, we currently store chlorine if needed for drinking water coming from BY Rural Water. This is an EPA requirement to be completed approximately every 5 years. Our last audit was completed in 2019 by HDR Engineering. Staff recommends council approval for the agreement with HDR, in a lump sum amount of $5,200. I can answer any questions you may have.
Move to approve.
Motion by Mr. Goldhammer. Second by Mr. McCardle. Further discussion? Would anyone in the audience like to discuss this? Okay. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Action to approve Agreement A 2025-02, second and fourth Main Streetscape for Construction Services Project A 2023-21 with McLaury Engineering. Mr. Schrader.
Yep, Mr. Mayor, Council. The proposed agreement provides construction phase services by McLaury Engineering for the second, fourth, and Main Streetscape project. The project includes water main, sanitary sewer, storm sewer, concrete curb and gutter, and asphalt surfacing improvements. The project includes bump outs on the side streets only for second and fourth. McLaury Engineering will provide construction administration, observation, testing, and staking services. You can see the attached agreement provided by McLaury. The project is scheduled for 2025 construction. Staff does recommend council approval with McLaury at an hourly rate with the maximum not to exceed $164,400. Project contingencies I went over in our previous staff report awarding the project. And there are stipulations in the contract for the project to be completed by October 10th with stipulations to allow for the rodeo parade and the pre-Sturgis party. I can answer any questions you may have.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Cardle, second by Mrs. Jerks. Further discussion? Would anyone in the audience like to discuss this? Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Action to approve Resolution R 2025-01 landfill scraper grant application. Mr. Schrader.
Yep, Mr. Mayor, Council, this was on the previous agenda's consent agenda, but the South Dakota Department of Agriculture and Natural Resources would like us to approve a formal resolution, so that's what this is. The current scraper is at the end of its useful life and is in need of replacement. The city is requesting up to a 50% grant or $603,865. Staff does recommend approval and to grant authorization for the mayor to sign the application and other applicable documents as listed in the resolution. I can answer any questions you may have.
Motion by Mr. Smith,
Second.
second by Mr. Goldhammer. Further discussion? Would anyone in the audience like to discuss this scraper? Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Action to approve Resolution R 2025-02, a resolution amending the 2025 compensation plan.
Mayor and council, the enclosed resolution would facilitate reorganization of the Corn Palace Department. We did discuss this a little bit during the hiring process for the current Corn Palace Director. It would be eliminating the box office and concession supervisor position that's currently a wage grade 16 and adding the assistant Corn Palace Director at a wage grade 19. We did have this position previously and we changed it, I want to say like 3 years ago, so it would be going back to the previous structure. The current employee who is the box office concession supervisor would be promoted to the assistant Corn Palace Director position. And I can answer any questions that you might have.
Motion by Mr. Ricardo. Second by Mr. Baskey. Further discussion? Would anyone in the audience like to discuss this? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Second reading on ordinance O 2024-14, updating hours of operational for medical cannabis dispensaries. Mr. Johnson.
All right, nothing new since first reading on this. Again, it's just updating the hours of operation, currently 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., changing that to 8 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Motion approved.
We got a motion by Mr. Saber, second by Mr. Barrington. Further discussion? Anyone in the audience like to discuss this? Okay. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Move to adopt.
Okay, got a motion and a second to adopt. Any public comment on this new ordinance? Okay, roll call.
Barrington.
Aye.
Bathke. Aye. Charks.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Sabers.
Aye.
Goldammer.
Aye.
Dosher. McCardle.
Motion carries. First reading on ordinance O 2025-01, updating provisions of the City of Mitchell Code in relation to the use of the term fire marshal. Mr. Johnson.
All right, so this stems from a potential reorganization within the Department of Fire and EMS. Currently, we use the term fire marshal, and it is used at several locations throughout the code. The various sections are included in the ordinance. Most of these were changed directly from using the term fire marshal to placing those duties under the chief of fire and EMS or their designee. A couple of other spots, the references were just removed. And then in a few locations, I've got to find the term again. Which one is that under? We changed the usage of the term to be consistent with the term used by the fire code. And I got to find which one that was. Oh, anyway. So the sections, fire code official, that's the one. Yeah. You know, when you're looking for it, it never pops out. So, yeah, so the sections there, really you're not changing any of the substance. It's just changing the elimination of that title and changing where in the code and who those duties and everything would be distributed to. And then it gives the chief flexibility to designate those duties as needed when they go through potential reorganization of the department.
Another example would be there are some duties that have typically fallen under the fire marshal that the fire chief has been assigning to the crews, like they've been doing some of the fire inspections of businesses, and the crews have found they really like that because it's an opportunity for them to get into the business outside of an emergency and see the setup and that kind of thing. So this change should really give that department more flexibility in how they're operating and let the fire chief determine where those duties need to be assigned.
Move to approve.
Motion by Mr. Goldhammer,
Second.
second by Mrs. Turks. Further discussion? Anyone in the audience like to discuss this? Okay, all those in, where are we at here? Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, discussion on Corn Palace seat replacements. I'll start with this one too. I hear this hundreds of times that people want new seats in the Corn Palace because they're terrible. So I will start with Mr. Schrader and let you give all the details. Or someone else.
I will say that the mayor's provided kind of an overview of each of the options that are presented in the packet, just so you can see that as well. There's really 3 different options with the costs associated with those. And the attachments for that agenda item should match those details of each of those options, 1 through 3.
So what we had planned to do was work with Civarella Design Group to put together basically documents that would allow the seating company to put together their quote or their bid off of a Sourcewell contract. So we wouldn't have to necessarily bid that part of the contract. It's already bid. Civarella would be retained to give us a design for ADA accessible handrails through the side, as well as bring our handicap parking up to code. And with
Handicap seating.
or sorry, yes, handicap seating, yes, the architecture world, not parking lots.
We were talking about parking this morning, that's why.
So yeah, so with their documents, we would have basically a biddable project that would allow those seats to be replaced to as close to ADA requirements as we can. And that total cost, all in, I believe, Jordan, you remember that number off?
For which part?
For total,
Or total of
estimated,
the seats or everything?
everything.
So the seats, it depends on what you choose. It's anywhere from, I think, $435,000 to $472,000. And the additional was $75,000. Like you said, that would add handrails. That would add, I think, 6 to 10 spots for wheelchair accessibility in the upper sections.
Correct.
To make it fair and equitable to those in need. And then it would also have wider lanes. It would have handrails, like I said. And then depending on what chairs, if you so choose, then yeah, that'd be your price. So anywhere from, it'd be under 500,000, under 600,000 no matter what.
And if you do those wider walking aisles with the handrails, you're really looking at option 2 or 3.
Correct. Option 1 is
As in,
just replace the seats with the same size seats and you're only going to gain legroom and new seats. Option 2 is wider seats, more legroom. And then option 3 is really big seats in the front. If no one sat in the big red seat over there in the back or in front of the mayor's office, that's the seat. And then the additional would be to bring it up to code with handrails and accessibility.
and then we would have
I feel like that's
some
overly
additional
complicated.
cost for, just staff would need to go in, and not additional cost, but the staff would go in and remove the existing chairs, patch holes and the cement, because that would not be part of the project cost.
And the timeline is if we so chose to order, oh, by the way, those are bid, or not bid numbers, what is the number he said? Those are like estimate numbers. There's a national Sourcewell contract for this. The numbers will probably come under that by anywhere from 3 to 8% because they've already been bid nationally. We would not have to go to bid for these numbers. And they said if we ordered them, it'd be 22 weeks and 3 to 5 weeks to do the installation. Our teams would remove the old ones, save on cost, and then they would put the new ones in.
Joe, what is Civarella charging us?
Their fees are $9,700.
For what?
For what?
So they would basically provide the drawings for the width for the aisles. They'd have to go through and they'd have to do some measuring within the Corn Palace to make sure that the widths from A to B where the seating would be, so the seat contractor knows how many seats he can fit in there.
Yep.
And he would also he would design the handrails where they need to go, make sure they're ADA compliant. And he would also have design work he needs to do, bringing in those ADA on I would call the second floor, or whatever you want to call it. They need to remove some chairs and design a flooring that will extend out with the handrail that you could wheel a wheelchair out there and have the companion seat as well.
It sounds like something we could do.
We're not, as far as our staff, we're not experts on interior. An architect would be better suited for this project. In-house,
Are they architects or just design?
oh, this will be stamped by an architect.
Oh, okay.
They have
You said
two or
Civarella
three,
Design.
or sorry, Civarella I can't remember their exact name.
I think it's
Yeah, their
Civarella.
company name is Civarella Design, but they have 2 or 3 licensed architects on staff.
I know the seats have been bad, I've been after this for a long time. But I went counting them all last year myself, and there's a lot of bad seats there.
My thoughts are, great, we need them, but let's do it right. Let's get the handrails in, ADA compliant, let's make sure we don't just go to the cheapest route if that's not going to solve the issue.
Mayor, I see that Jeff Logan is here, and
Yeah, come on up.
with your permission, yeah.
Discussion. We're not voting on this, by the way, for everyone in the audience. We're just discussing this. Should we come to an option today or an agreement, then we can move forward and I can tell the designers yea or nay. Go ahead.
I'm happy for the chance to speak on this. I've had a bunch of experience working with various seat manufacturers and architects on this. 2 observations. The proposals, and I know they're not a bid, but the proposals in front of us now, I think all the seats are pretty much Hussey seats or in the final 3.
Correct, yep.
What concerns me is if you're shopping for a pickup and you're looking at Chevy pickups, we aren't looking at Dodge Rams or Ford F-150s, or move them around on your preference. Don't want to prejudice anyone on their favorite brand. But one of the leading seating manufacturers in the country is Irwin Seats. They're an American company. Part of the problem with the current seats is that they were purchased in the 1990s from Seating Concepts, a Mexican company who's since gone bankrupt. You can't get parts, and as that company went along, they started cutting corners and they were under-designed and they started having problems with them. If you go with, now Hussey is a good manufacturer, they've been around. They specialize pretty much in stadium, schools, arenas. But I would encourage, and I gave the mayor a contact of a man who can be a dealer for them or is a dealer for Irwin Seating Company. And they do not only theater seats, but indoor arenas, outdoor stadiums. They did the Sanford Center in Vermillion, the Excel Center in St. Paul, Madison Square Garden in New York City, the Target Center in Minneapolis, Amway Center in Orlando, LA Memorial Stadium, Wrigley Field in Chicago, Yankee Stadium, the Rose Bowl, TCF Stadium at the University of Minnesota. So this is a good reputable company. They have a good reputable product, and I think we should have bids from them and possibly others.
Where did you know?
Chicago.
Chicago.
Yep, they're a Chicago company. They, like I said, they've been around a long time. I've used several models of their seats and serviced them over the years, and they're a good seat, well-designed, well-built. And they do school stuff as well as theaters and rocking, the recliner chairs and the entire gamut of everything. Have probably more experience than anyone else. They are a privately owned American company. The other thing I would urge, besides getting some more RFPs, and I'm thrilled that we're moving ahead, and I hate to delay us or stall anything, but by the same token, as we look at architects, and Civarella is a good firm, and I'm sure that Schmier is, I believe, are they in Sioux Falls? Or where are they from?
Shemmer.
Shemmer?
There's Sioux Falls.
Sioux Falls. Twice in my life, once my father hired an architect, and once I did to do a design for theater remodels or theaters ground up. In both cases, they were unacceptable, unworkable plans because they were a generalist. I would really urge that we hire an architect who specializes in arenas, stadiums, theaters. There is a big difference, and the things that Joe mentioned about the landing areas for handicap seating, for crowd flow, how big do those aisles need to be, not only on the seating, but on any Corn Palace project. At the Corn Palace, remember the remodeling, 20, 30 years ago, and they put the little office in the lobby of the Corn Palace, and they had to be ripped out 10 years later. It was a horrible idea because you need all the lobby space you can get and to line people up and just have traffic flow through there. So we've had problems with generalists. I would recommend hiring a theater architect. I've worked with TK on 2 projects, well, 3 if you count the ACT, Pepsi-Cola Theater. They're out of Kansas City. They specialize in theaters and motels. There's a firm in Michigan who's very good, who does theaters, and I'm sure there are ones, if we search around, who do arenas and stadiums and so forth. But I think that's the expertise we need. The precedent, and what scares me is, if today we make a decision, and again, I'm not criticizing anyone local, but if we hire a local person without theater experience, I'll diverge for a second, Washington Pavilion, designed by an architectural firm in Sioux Falls, after the second concert, people are stomping their feet, tapping to the music, and they had a fit because they never engineered the balcony for that. And it was going to collapse because of resonance and sound waves. So they had to spend thousands of dollars to reinforce the steel to hold up that balcony without putting posts in. Again, they were a generalist rather than a specialist. The precedent for us, and I would hate to see us not do as well as our ancestors did, but when the Corn Palace was built in 1922, the city council hired the leading theater architectural firm in the nation, CW and George Rapp out of Chicago. They designed the Paramount on Times Square in New York City, the Chicago Uptown, dozens of the leading theaters across the country. They were one of 2 leading firms that most of their buildings still stand nowadays as performing arts centers. And I think we can do as well and should do as well and get a really good design. This building, although we've remodeled a lot, we've had to, was designed right. The other thing about these specialist architect, they will take the holistic view. It was brought up about the gift shop and so forth. If we move it off the Corn Palace floor, I've been on the chamber board for years and treasurer 2 terms. The chamber needs that income and we need a good gift shop. And they add a lot to Mitchell, and that's what pays for our billboards and gets the people to come off of I-90. The problem is that we have to have a good architect. I mean, that's the bottom line. So I would just urge you to search out some specialists on this, and we'll get the job that we need. And I'd be happy to answer any questions otherwise. And I'll always be available. I've told the mayor and Dave, in any way I can help on this, be more than happy to. But I think we should look at some of the other top brands rather than ignore them just because that's the bids we have. And also get a good architect in what we do. And as far as moving the gift shop, we're standing in what should be the gift shop. I mean, and I know this is a lot more money, but City Hall should be moved out of here. This can become a little auditorium for that video that Chamber did years ago on the history, and the rest of the building is a gift shop. And we move city offices to bigger facilities, ground floor, lots of parking, ADA compliant and all that. And this building at City Hall should not be torn down. It's an Art Deco, doesn't necessarily match the Corn Palace, but it's an Art Deco 1930s design. It adds to the Corn Palace, adds to the historic value, and could be really a good integral part. That way, and then every major attraction, think about it, and a specialist architect will take this holistic approach. Anytime you go to an attraction, how do you exit? Through the gift shop. And we can set up that traffic flow here, and you capture more sales. So the chamber would not lose any income. The city would not lose any income by moving the gift shop off the floor, so we could do more concerts, games, boat shows, home shows, outdoor shows, whatever we do. It's true. Jordan's right. We might not be able to get the dart tournament because we don't have a nearby or adjacent hotel. They like to drink at dart tournaments. They don't want to drive across town for obvious reasons.
We don't want them to either.
That's right. So there's reasons that some things we can't get, but state youth wrestling, a lot of things we've lost. When I was on Corn Palace Committee for about 10 years in the 80s, we didn't have enough seats for the concerts, for the artists they wanted us to bring in, and we didn't have the square footage on the main floor to do the other type of events we wanted to do. So I think there are possibilities that will open up to us if we have a larger facility. And I would just urge it, as Randy, Councilman Dosher said earlier, let's do it right if we do it. And thank you.
Thank you. And just to, maybe you're going to pipe in here. So the current bid we have of Hussey was the third brand. The first two were provided by Shimmer for samples, two different brands. This was the third. The company that is providing it is out of Sioux Falls. Actually, they are from Ethan originally. They used to play in the Corn Palace, so they're very excited to at least have an opportunity at this. They've been in business, Hussey, 187 years, they told me. I don't know if that's true, but that's what they told me. The chairs currently that they have been the same chair for 20 years. They haven't changed the design because they said they got a great fix. I'm not trying to discredit you. I want to balance it. The current chairs or those chairs that we are looking at are currently in the Watertown Civic Arena, the SDSU Arena, which was the Frost Center, which is now First Bank and Trust. It's in the Dakota Dome, and then they're also the same ones in the Denny Sanford Premier Center in Sioux Falls. So, Chevy or Dodge?
Right. Well, as I said, you have a good brand, but if you're looking at Ford, let's also look at Chevy, or vice versa.
And I did call your buddy. I talked to him today. He said he would reach out to me tomorrow.
Yeah, so we do have, I did supply the name of a dealer for Irwin seats. There's another one in Minneapolis who has handled sound and lighting and seating for, I don't know if they did on the Target Center, but they did on the old Metrodome. Handled all of that. So very experienced, good companies, and they can handle all of this. And just we have other options. I mean, we need to shop everywhere.
I guess the only comment I would make is the difference between what Jeff is talking about and what the mayor is talking about is what the mayor has proposed is already been publicly bid, so the city can specifically buy those. What Jeff is talking about, we can't necessarily go just buy another brand. We would have to do formal bid specs and then consider all brands. So that's the difference, is this is a publicly bid contract. And then the only second comment I was going to have is when Shimmer did the 3 designs that council talked about earlier, they did have an arena and concert specialist on their staff that helped with that. And they looked at those things that you talked about. So they were out of Omaha. I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember the name of the company that they partnered with, but they specifically brought in an expert for those things that you talked about. So those have been considered. I don't know if that would be part of the proposal that council was talking about, but it had been considered in the past.
Right.
Houston, yeah, they did the Houston Astro Stadium. They've done lots of big
As long as we have someone who has experience in this, because there are a lot of other considerations. If Hussey has a national bid, with municipalities or municipally or however they do it. I'm sure Irwin and the other manufacturers probably do as well.
Yeah, I just looked, I didn't see them on there, but they
Okay.
might be on a different one.
Yeah.
So I looked through Sourcewell, which is where Husky.
Okay. And if you look at their website, they are in the arena, stadium, schools, all those areas. So they have the experience. So anyway, like I say, I think we should shop all the brands rather than the one who made the best bid to one group. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience like to discuss chairs?
I think just a couple thoughts that I've had on these. I spent some time today sitting in all the seats. I don't know that I found any of them uncomfortable, other than things that I experience in sitting in seats because I'm a larger gentleman. But one of the things that I did think about as I was sitting in the Corn Palace today is as we look at the different sections to the Corn Palace, I wonder if it wouldn't be as a part of this process when we look at the back section, or what I would consider section C on our normal seating chart, if it wouldn't behoove us to look at, is replacing all of those seats with the exact same number of seats the best use for seats that I would say 80% of the time I don't see people sitting in, with the exception of maybe a few events, or looking at doing some kind of VIP box seating. I know that me and the mayor have talked about some different options for those kinds of things to create an event space and different things like that. And then also what we would traditionally call Section A in our ticketing scheme, looking at doing maybe a nicer seat up there with the maroon seat that's outside of your office, and then the black seat with maybe a cushion in Section B. I don't know what the cost differential there is.
No cushions, like $25 cheaper, something like that, per chair.
Yeah, and so if you're only doing a section, though, maybe there's some cost benefit there. And then also it would allow us during events that are happening at the Corn Palace to potentially have anything that has a seated component to it, to have a VIP area. And then it would also hopefully draw people to the front for those things like basketball games, to create a better section of cheering for the home team that are playing basketball games there.
I wanted to just say first thanks to Jeff. We had a great conversation yesterday, but his wife said something to me that really stuck with me. She says, if you go to a motel and sleep in a bad bed, you'll never go back. So we want to make sure we do pick the right chair. And I shared with her that I really like the one that I've picked. Not to say it's the right one, but we just want to make sure. I assumed when Stephanie said that they had somebody on staff. We've been at this for quite a while. I would assume they would add somebody too. So I don't want to drag our feet, but I do want to make sure we're picking the right chair.
And then I would just say, if you want to do a full bid with different options, it would be a different design than what Joe was talking about. Because I think what Joe was talking about was just the aisles and the railing. If you want to put out bid specs to replace all of the seats, that's more of an architectural probably contract to do that, to get different variations of what you want to put in there.
No, that's exactly right. Stephanie hit it right on the head right away. With the Sourcewell contract, it allows you to do some flexibility within that Sourcewell contract as far as, how you're picking out the chairs, where they go, how they're connected. They usually have a professional that comes in with those recommendations. Some of them have install price, some of them don't. And for Cibarella's services, it's strictly just to get the aisles to ADA and the wheelchair up to code as close as possible.
I have a twofold question. The first one is, have we done the recovering of the chairs that we waited forever? Did we get those done?
Everything we ordered has been finished.
Yeah, the fabric that we had in is done. I had a calendar appointment from Doug when he left to order more fabric this year, but I've been kind of on hold to see what council's going to do with it.
So how many chairs did we recover this year?
600 or 700, I think is all right. I mean, it was just shy of 50%.
Just shy.
Somewhere between 1 and
Yeah.
1,700.
So the second part of what I'm thinking is, yeah. Yeah, so the second.
He had said we're about halfway.
Yeah, I was
I think we're
thinking
just
so
shy.
too. So because of that, I feel like we could drop our shoulders just a little bit on this because the worst offenders of those chairs have been dealt with. So I wonder if it wouldn't behoove us to have Shemmer include in their proposal the seating. Apparently, some of the bids came from them anyway. It wouldn't be a,
I think we got those, that was like the $750,000 bid from before. Yeah, so we've already got that.
Construction estimate based off their schedule.
yeah. And I wonder if they were doing, if it was something more comprehensive than just seating, if that would be something they could roll into that. So I just think, I hate to, it would be disappointing to have these newly covered chairs that we use for a few games and then we replace them all. I mean, it is what it is. If we do, we
It was
do.
about $1,700, I think, is what. it
Yeah,
cost.
I mean, I know
Less
it
than
was,
$2,000.
I know it was a good deal, but I'm just saying it gives us a little bit of, a little time. We bought ourselves a little bit of time.
I do agree with John that I feel the railing should be there. That, I mean, we've become ADA compliant, or at least, or at least,
I think we're-
fan friendly, because there's a lot of people that just would like to have, the extra stability and for them to go up and down the stairs. So for the few amount of seats that we would lose, I really feel that it would be nice to have the railings in place. Now, and going on from there, I have no problem with Jeff's recommendation of maybe looking at options. I like the solutions we've got here, but it's not gonna cost us anything to at least reach out and get different opinions, and then we can come back and determine what's best for the palace. And then if we do move forward with Shimmer, obviously that would be, this can be a separate project from that because of, I get a sense, or at least that's my opinion, is why would we do anything with the west side other than replace seats? So we can keep this as a separate project if we move forward with something else. Sorry.
That's all right. The seats, the one that is mounted in the Corn Palace now, I went and sat in it today, and I think it's great. You got leg room. I've got a bad knee, so when I go to the concerts, I always try to get a seat in the front row so I can stretch my leg out. If I get a seat in the middle, I can't do that. This one, I had more leg room, so I could do that. Now, are the chairs that you got here are from the same company?
The display one?
Yeah, the display ones. Are they
So
from
the
the?
one that is in the Corn Palace now is the same chair that was quoted.
Right, but are the other chairs from the same company? Or are they from different companies?
I couldn't answer that. That'd have to be the mayor.
I believe 2 of the 3 that are out in the hallway are from the same company.
Same company. So you are getting different bids,
Well,
not just one bid.
No, because they're all the same brand.
Okay,
So the only difference is that these ones that are Hussey chairs are on a publicly bid contract, so the city wouldn't have to do a full design
Yeah.
of the seating to go out to bids to hear from other vendors.
okay. But I do like the seat that's in the Corn Palace now. Going back to the Corn Palace Festival, Scotty McCreary's concert, I sat in the last section, front row. That's the seat I chose to get, so I have leg room. The guy sitting next to me, him and his wife were from out of town, never been in the Corn Palace. He commented on the seats. He says, "Boy, I'm glad I'm sitting here, not, in a row." Because he goes, "They are tight. And at least this front row, we got leg room." So, thought today, is there any way you could put, to get more public input on the seats? Because I know you want to do it right. It's a lot of money. Do it this way, and you've got people complaining. Is there any way you can put on the back of the seat, a text number, give me your response for the people that are sitting in it now, like during the basketball games. Get input on what people think. You know, maybe put another seat in so they can compare it. The games this last week, I looked because I heard there was a seat mounted. Somebody was sitting in it because I couldn't see it. It's going to stand out. It's black. The other ones are blue. I couldn't find it. But today I went and looked at it and sat in it. I really like it. I mean, it's a nice seat. So that's my input.
Thank you. Dave, I'm going to put you on the spot for your first time at City Council on the microphone. How many people have you heard from, and what has been the response? Make sure your light's green.
I think I've personally asked 2 or 3 at each event to go sit in the chair and see what they think of the chair. And one of the comments I was going to make to the council and the mayor here, and as we consider this, is one of the things I'd like you to look at, and it's an internal for me, is pay attention to the amount of distance from your knees to the seat in front of you and the experience of not so much comfort of seat as you're sitting, which you guys will consider as well, but if you have to stand up to let somebody come past you as if they were going to the concession stand and or the restroom, right now, I think that's a pretty awkward, for an athletic cut guy like me, that's a little awkward to get, to let somebody by. So the current example that we're testing, and there's a second seat there, we bolted in today, so there are 2 versions, one in front of the other, is got probably an 8 to 10 inch difference in distance further back, so that it is, when you're passing to and from, going in and out of the aisle, and people have to stand up to let you through, that there's more space. I also would contend that that is probably for our maintenance staff a better situation, less chance of spillage in the aisle in front of you, and less, maintenance that way. So I just want those things to be kind of out there in the discussion and go from there. But so, I suppose I've spoken to 15 different people, and I've grabbed certain folks and just said, hey, go sit in the seat, and what do you think? And I'm hearing a lot about leg room, as far as where are my knees in relation to the seat in front of me while I sit, and then the passability if I stand up and have to let somebody through.
Thank you. So did you have anyone say they didn't like it?
I did not.
Okay, thank you. I will say I had one person tell me it was uncomfortable. For fair.
I've heard of one,
Yeah, and how many liked it?
quite a few. They did. And real quickly, I was going to jump on Tim's comment. I would like to take a look at Section A also of doing a little bit wider and nicer chair in that section.
That's what option C is.
I think I think we need to at least have that discussion. And
You would lose all of your legroom. It would be the same legroom as what you.
And that's what we're going to have to discuss of what's the trade-offs of that.
And you only gain 1 to 2 inches, but it's measured from the center of the armrest. Now, those armrests are bigger on the big seat, so really, you're not gaining a whole lot because those armrests squeeze you in.
And maybe not necessarily the real cushy one out there, but the wider.
So
maybe do a wider chair.
And so you have to switch to that chair to get a wider. The one that's up there is the maximum seat.
Oh, okay.
The maximum width at 22 inches. To get to the 24 inches, you can only get what they call the Quattro, which is the much larger theater style, not arena style.
Okay.
That's the only options we have from that brand.
Mayor, one thing you didn't mention is the existing chair that's installed, the width of that compared to the width of the existing chairs, how it fits in those inches.
So the one that's up there now is a 22-inch, and we have anywhere from 19, 20, and 21 up there. And again, it's the armrests are probably 2 or 3 inches, and these ones are very narrow. So you got to just tight on your legs, depending on the armrest.
Yeah, to the point, and thank you, Mike, for bringing it up. I don't want my wife mad at me. I sat in the black sample seat, and it was good. I mean, I was comfortable, and to the point I had unscientific. I had 3 fingers between my knee and the back of the seat in front of me. And I'm 5'7", I'm short. So for a taller person, I don't know, Dan, what you do, and Tim, you're right, why these seats, when you do a seat install, understand all the seats aren't going to be the same width. They do different widths to have the curvature and have them come out even on the ends, and also to provide some offset so you aren't looking at the back of someone's head. You put narrow seats at this end, wide ones at this end of the aisle, you change it around opposite in the next aisle, so you're looking between heads.
Can you zoom in
So-
on that, Stephanie, or whoever runs the computer?
On this part?
Yeah, there should be the seating. It shows all the size differences that we were going to
Yeah.
put in on the, sorry to interrupt. Wherever the seating chart is, if you zoom in on that seating chart, it shows what depths would go where. So I don't know if you'll be able to see that.
And I think that will show that the majority of seats in there now are the narrowest. As you said, about 18 inches, which are unbelievably narrow.
Correct.
And
Right
for-
now they are, but the one that we have set up, I think are,
We're
you'll have to zoom
fighting
in.
two things. The 1965 remodel that poured the new concrete floor, when people were shorter and they were trying to cram in all the seats they could, that's why we don't have legroom. We can't change that without spending millions, ripping out the whole floor and putting in new concrete. The other thing is, again, to get in more seats, they put in the narrowest acceptable seat, that 19-inch.
So these are all, so it says right here, so this row is all 20, 20, or 21, 22, 21, 22, all 22, all 22, all 20, 21, and 22. So
Yeah, and they
For anyone
will
at home or
alternate
right here,
depending
you
on
can
your
look.
section widths. They make them so they look nice and come out even. We always had certain seats at the old Roxy that, as my dad said, when you have a heavy-set person come in, you usher her to these seats here because they'll be more comfortable. And they're the only ones in the house that they'll be comfortable in. So,
is this option one or, this must be option three. Can you go to option two? And then, so we put the bigger seats kind of towards the front. 21s, 22s, 22s. There's some 20s in there for sure. A lot of 21s, 22s.
yeah, avoid the 19.
But you're correct. You have to put some smaller seats in to make it.
Right, and
Yeah.
to make them fit, and sometimes coming up to walls and all that. But I would nowadays use as few 19-inch seats as you can.
I don't know that there's any 19s on
Cup
this.
holders, good. And the cup holders are wider, and they do,
Cup holders will go on the
Take some
back of the
they
seats.
take some width away from you, but they're
Yeah.
wonderful.
So you would grab your cup
People
from
love
in
them,
front
and
of
they're
you.
necessary for the janitors. They take care of 80% of your spills. So it's much, you don't have sticky floors.
Do you see the picture where you can see the cup holders on the back of the chairs?
Yeah, like they have it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, same chairs as the
And,
premier center.
and cup holder in the back of the chair can give you a narrower armrest, where to have it in front, you structurally need a wider armrest. So that also helps handle wider people.
Yep, there's a
To have the cup holder sticking out the back end. You have that thinner.
In my conversations today as well, I talked to some people that work at the Corn Palace, and one of the things that they specifically asked was to make sure that we're looking at the mounts that go onto the current ones are floor mounts, but they would prefer ones that still mount on the back. And
We would do that.
and one of the things that I wanted to point out is that from the back of the chair to the front of the chair is still the same. And so I know that was one of my concerns going to a different kind of mount than what we're looking as a sample, is your space for the chair itself should remain the same. And
Can you
so
bring that
you
back
should
up?
not have a
Of the-
loss
of the-
once
the
you
chair
switch that
itself.
type of mount.
Yeah, you won't, no, not that one.
If you scroll up, you
So
can see
you're
what I'm talking.
mounting
So you can
to the
see
back of the-
on the left side, instead of mounting to the floor, you're going to mount to the
To the back.
next step.
So the way our
So you
seats
can
are
mop them
now
into it.
is on the ends, you'll have the floor mount, and then in between, they'll be back mounted, and then you'll have a floor mount for structure, but the majority of them are back mount.
I see.
And if
And it
you
allows them easier to clean.
just scroll up just a little bit,
Yeah, I think that's
other way.
other way.
Oh, down.
Other way.
Yeah, they're up.
Yeah.
You can see what I'm talking about, that for the width across from the back of the seat to the front does not change based on the type of mount you're using in the style of the chair, which I thought was important to point out as well.
Does anyone else in the audience like to speak about chairs while we're at it? Fair shake.
And so I think as far as
And thank you to
direction,
Tim for getting me a hold of Brian, because he's done a great job.
yeah, I think that pending I mean, I would still talk to the gentleman that Mr. Logan provided you, but I would like to see us continue to move forward in some kind of direction with this. And I don't want to do a disservice there. And so
I asked him, sorry to interrupt again. I asked him for samples. He said we could get samples PDQ. And I asked what PDQ meant, and he said pretty darn quick. So I never heard of that.
well, and then what the cost associated with those samples might look like as well. I mean, if there's no extra cost, it doesn't hurt to look.
The only thing I'll challenge you, not challenge, but I will bring up, if you don't come up with a decision within the next probably 30 days, we will miss our window to get them installed before the next basketball, concert, anything season. So a month now will cost us a year overall.
And so
Take that
I
into
would like to
consideration.
take action at our February 3rd meeting, I think, personally. One way or the other.
What day is it now? So if we, okay, go ahead.
Just to make sure everyone's aware of the process, if you're wanting to go out to bid for seats and have multiple vendors bid, you won't be able to do that February. You could give us direction to move forward with that process, but they would have to do the design specs and then advertising for bidding and all of that.
I think that if we look at least one other, I mean, this would be the third vendor that we've looked at. And if the seats come back relatively close and there's not, I mean, at that point, we should be able to make a decision on the third, whether or not it is to go to bid or
Yep.
to move forward with these. I think one way or
So
the
you're
other.
saying, once we see a sample, we can make a decision on?
Yeah.
Maybe it's not that much better, maybe we just go with these. Maybe if it's a much better at a better price, then we wait the extra year and make
And
that
Mayor,
call at
I
that
would
time.
also suggest that we ask them if they have any seats on publicly bid contracts or on joint purchasing agreements that would allow us to kind of forego the bidding process.
Also, maybe if they have them in some venue in the area where we can maybe reach out to their facilities manager and say pros and cons. Did you make a mistake?
Yeah, I will say that the reason that this particular group is what we're looking at is because I reached out to a friend at South Dakota State University. And so the company that actually designs and manufactures the seats is out of Rhode Island. That would be the wholesaler. The company that would potentially come in and install them is out of Sioux Falls. So
Yeah, shopping local. So, what is the direction you would like us to work towards? Get a hold of the other seating manufacturer, excuse me, and get a sample, and then have, I guess, we have pretty much most of the design work done, right, Joe? And then we can, all we really just need to know is another seat.
So the design work would be done through, the way we currently have it set up, would be done through Civarella. We have a number from them to do that. But that would need to be approved and allow them time to do their work in order to get that to the seating manufacturer.
And we would only do that if we were buying it off an existing bid, because if we were going to go out to bid, you're going to have to do a full design, which is more than the design that Joe was talking about.
How long would that design take? So let's just say we took action February 3rd. Could the seats still be installed before the next ramp up of a season?
I would have to confirm that. Let's say at a minimum, their work would take 2 to 3 weeks.
We'll just have to,
What day or month would that be where we would want to start?
22 weeks is what it would take to get the chairs. 3 to 5 weeks is what it would take to install. So whatever the season is, subtract 27 weeks from that, and that would be the final date you would need to make a decision. If we make a decision after that date,
So is that
make it 30.
graduation
I like
day?
it.
It's unfair to ask you, Dave.
When is the first, I guess, the season? When's the Corn Palace Festival? August something? August 20th? Yeah. So how many weeks until August 20th?
While you're looking that up, I have a quick question. Are most chairs going to be universally sized? I mean, is it possible for Civarella to do the design regardless of, if we say we want 22-inch, 20-inch, 21-inch chairs, are they going to be able to do a design based on that schematic, or do they need to know specifically which chair we're using?
No.
I don't believe so. They were just going to give the minimum distance from A to B in order for the aisles to be ADA compliant.
And then the chair manufacturer would decide, or the installer, they would be the ones that would actually decide the width.
Okay.
It is 31 weeks until the Corn Palace Festival, 32 weeks until the Corn Palace Festival. So we would have 4 weeks from today to make a decision, or else it'd be a year behind schedule, yeah. Because you'd have to probably install this in the summertime. No, it takes 4 weeks. I don't know, when does basketball start, I guess?
November.
Really? Okay, then maybe, yeah.
They're practicing, but not games.
So there'd be,
October.
is there events?
pedal pole.
Oh, yeah.
One of the things, I mean.
But there's a window, there should be a window there, though.
And they said that they have a busy time, so we'd have to ask them too, the chair installer, if that's their busy time, then, they did say that the salesman said, he goes, I'll come install these myself if I have to, so.
The other thing that we have to think about is we have to remove all of the other Corn Palace seats out of the Corn Palace, which is not going to be a 0-day thing.
Especially if our staff are doing it.
Yes.
They said they would do sections at a time, and as we take them out, they would put them in.
Yes, but I don't know if we're using, and so this will probably come in with the design phase, and so we don't know, have a firm answer yet, but we're looking at replacing into already drilled holes. And so I don't know how much time it would take to replace those holes. And then that was something that Jeff cued me to today, was that if we're taking all the seats out and have to change bolt locations, he doesn't know how long it would take to patch those and then get new bolts put in.
Councilman Bathke said there's an epoxy?
Yeah, I did a little research on, there's an epoxy, and I've offered to the mayor to kind of help oversee it. And I think if we approach Dakota Wesleyan, they absolutely would help us. As
Tear the
far
seats
as,
out, you're saying?
yeah, getting a bunch of kids. I honestly think if you got a bunch of kids together, football players, basketball players, you'd be surprised how fast they come out of there. You know, and then the step becomes, we want to make sure we keep in this process surplusing them. So we're not taking them and moving them somewhere and then moving them again, and pretty soon there's nothing to move and we should just get rid of them. When we have the opportunity maybe to, I know Jordan said a company has reached out to him for a few of them. Something's better than nothing. I don't see a huge value in them, but.
And Jeff from the Corn Palace said that people have like emotional attachments to the chairs they've sat in for 20 or 30 years, so they may buy them. He told me someone got buried in one. They took an old one, they took it out and then replaced it.
I also still think, as a part of offsetting this, that we would give those people that are attached to the seats they're currently sitting in the opportunity to potentially maybe name a seat after somebody, either themselves or a loved one, as a way to offset some of those costs that for $200, we could put a name plaque on the back of some of these chairs.
So direction going forward, we'll reach out to the other company and then try to have it done in 2 weeks, I guess, for the next city council meeting. And if not, then one after that. Does that sound fair? Okay.
You bring up the next council meeting, that Monday is a holiday, right? Is that a correct statement? So then we'll be meeting Tuesday, just
We got an
so
extra day.
everybody's aware. We have one extra day.
Okay.
I guess I'd say one more thing quick. Citizens that are concerned about the seat that we have, I think they should be maybe a little more involved and go sit in it.
I've
Give us
asked
their opinion.
so many times
Yeah.
for that, and I've gotten a lot of input, so it's been months that the seats have been out in the hallway. Okay, anything else before we move on to the next one? Okay. Discussion on potential Northwest Railroad Shared Use Path Project. I will start with this one. Maybe not the best idea, but I will say, I've had a lot of people reach out to me for 3 different things. One is to connect more paths, bike paths, and some people don't like gravel, some do. Several people have reached out to me about a glow-in-the-dark trail. That's up for you guys to decide. The only reason I chose this location, well, there's 2 reasons. One, it would set a record and put us on the map for the town. And number 2, it's the only place I can find where we don't have current lighting where it would make any sense at all. And with that, I will let Mr. Schrader take it from here.
Yep, Mr. Mayor, Council. So the shared use path in question is roughly 2.25 miles long, currently a gravel trail located just west of 23rd Avenue an Ullman Street intersection and then follows the railroad tracks to northwest to West Harmon. The current path is roughly 8 to 10 feet wide. It is proposed that the path be paved 9 feet wide, which would allow a half a foot shoulder on either side for an 8-foot wide path on top. Like Mr. Hanson said, a trail enhancement has been considered. That would be glow-in-the-dark stones designed for asphalt installation. The glow stones would, being considered, are roughly 1/4 to a 1/2 inch in size, and have a coverage of a stone every 3 to 4 inches. The glow time is rated for 15-plus hours, and the product comes with a 20-year warranty. They provide a website for the product, and also included some project pictures. Project costs are estimated $140,000 for the asphalt paving, $125,000 for the glow stones, and then a $60,000 contingency for a total project cost of $325,000. City Forces would do prepping for the asphalt on the trail.
So I will take it over from here. So basically, excuse me, they would lay the asphalt down, and then in the finishing process, you basically just sprinkle it on top, and then it becomes a perfectly smooth, just like any other asphalt road. Now, again, this is kind of something I thought of. However, I'm just bringing forth citizens' requests and kind of put it all together. I don't know that it's the right idea. It's totally up for you guys to decide. Now, I will also say, I put this on the internet, and it was absolute split radically in both directions. So you don't know until you ask the public, and that's what I did. So I know we got some bicyclist people here that would probably like to have some input here as well, maybe?
Those are coming up. I've heard, I'm not for this, I'm not against it either way, but I've heard that when you put salt down in it, it takes the glow away. I don't know if that's true or false.
I don't know if that's true or false either.
But I've had people who say if you put salt over the glitter, what the glow rocks are, it takes the glow away. I don't know if that's true or false.
And by the way, we did make this just for discussion, because I'm not looking for a vote today. I just specifically want discussion.
For those who don't know me, I'm Courtney Denny, so my husband and I own the bike shop. So I think the idea of connecting this trail or paving this trail is a great idea. Like Jordan said, there's mixed reviews of this. You're always going to have that. I'm a gravel rider. There's people in this room who are only mountain bikers, ride gravel, and people who only ride a paved trail. There's a big advantage to paved trails. I think at the bike shop, we see a different perspective than a lot of people see in this community of how many people are looking for safe biking paths in our community who use biking as the main form of transportation. I think that gets lost in a lot of things. As a mom, I would appreciate taking that $125,000 that you could spend on glowing the trail, which I think it's fun, but instead of putting Mitchell on the map for a 2.2 paved glow trail, let's put Mitchell on the map for being a safe biking community. If you've watched the news in the last few months specifically, a lot of big communities around us, Mitchell's been very fortunate, and we haven't had anyone get hit and killed on a bike like a lot of communities around us. So if we could take that money and pave some more trails. Cody and I were talking on the way here. We'd love to see more connected trail out at the lake on the north side, but this is a question to pose to yourself. How do you get safely from Dakota Wesleyan's loop to the Dry Run Creek Trail? Yes, there's painted share the road signs on Minnesota, but if you're not an avid biker, you don't really know what that means. You might think that's just a distraction on the road. We were also visiting, how do you safely commute on the east side of town? What do we have for connected paved trails to get you from the east side to the west side and all the way to the lake? So there was great talk years ago, and there was a really, really good map Park and Rec had, and it's a slow process, we know. So let's just take that money elsewhere. And rather than lighting a trail, I think there's better ideas to do that to make Mitchell a biker friendly community. And I did want to mention, there's an organization out there that's actually committed to improving the infrastructure of communities. It's called People for Bikes. Some of you may know her, some of you may not, but there's a Mitchell native, Jen Dice. She actually is the president and CEO of People for Bikes, and that organization is committed to making communities a safer biking community. And I just looked, I'm like, I wonder if Mitchell actually is ever on this map. We've never made the list for top biking communities, and we might not make that list, but we should really become a safe biking community.
Can you send me a list of all the places you think would make the most connections? I don't know much about the bike thing, so this is partially.
Yeah, I think, I was like.
Okay, yeah.
That's hard to follow up her. And then quickly, just on the seats in the Corn Palace, you guys are worried about width and your knees. I'm just happy if my feet touch, so. So. Listen, just quickly, you guys have been here all night, but, you know, they put the cement trail in from basically Franks Bay to the west end. I can't tell you the amount of traffic, and people have commented to us about how safe it is when they're walking out there. And I think once the, over the spillway that goes all the way out to the airport road, when that's done, the amount of people that are going to hike and bike and walk that, if we could connect from that airport road to Sandy Beach somehow, Mayor, that might be that 2 mile-ish, then you could literally get a whole loop around the lake back into town with hardly ever having to get on the road. And I think that's a novel idea, but like Courtney said, I think it would be a good idea to maybe, let's get more paved trails, and then maybe we could add some of that in somewhere. Maybe not the longest one, but part of it. And I get it where it has to be dark, but I think on the north side there by Sandy Beach, you know, coming out of there, possibly you could do that. So that'd be neat to connect that from Airport Road over.
Oh, where the new bike path is.
Yeah, because
I would agree with that. That was the other big request I got.
Because then you literally, like I said, would go all the way around our city darn near without having to, so maybe something to think about. I know there's, some private property there we'd have to cross, but with that development there, but I don't know, something to think about.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your time.
Well, the gravel, just out of curiosity, that gravel, you and I served at, for one brief shining moment, I was on there, on the bike trail committee that isn't meeting anymore, is that right? I don't know if they're meeting anymore, but at the time, there was a master plan of where we saw the need for bike paths. I remember that was laid out, that was back in the Nathan Powell days, but I just am wondering if this path that goes along that railroad, was that part of it? I don't remember that being something that had been brought up at that time as an important.
Yeah, maybe it was. It doesn't seem like that gets ridden that much. And I think, especially now with this new cement path, because you're right by the lake, and it just seems like that's where people want to be.
I mean, don't tell my husband that I am voting this down because it's his favorite place to ride, because he loves that. He loves that path. He really does. But I don't, because it's gravel, and so it makes me kind of nervous. So.
Yeah, and that was my only thought, really, was a lot of people have asked me, because that's that would connect our town, like where there's already a bike path, like on 23rd, which we're working on finishing that would connect you all the way out to that new path and then go around, so.
It would, Mayor, but you still would connect, if you connected on 23rd, you kind of come through the golf course, and then you would hit on Ullman, right? It's kind of an older trail, but it's still a trail. And then you'd be briefly on, now you're heading west on the lake there. And then by Franks Bay, you'd get on the new cement, get all the way to the west end, and then you get all the way back to the north side. But we just need more connecting. Yeah.
I guess my thought was just, you get spit out right here by where the new trail is, and then it would just connect.
Yeah. Yeah, but you don't connect on the north side.
Oh,
Over
I
there,
see.
you know? So if you could connect, yep, where you have that there stuff all the way to the airport road, where they,
Down a little
right,
bit more.
down, yep,
I'm directionally changed.
Right there.
I'm just telling you.
right? Because that's
That's
where
where
it
the
is
new paths-
now.
yep.
You'd connect to Sandy Beach, and then you'd come, to be able to come all the way back around, and then get back to town.
It would make more sense to do it because they just put that nice area, it's brand new.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah. I think it'd be really cool. Again, but I think once that spillway's done, the traffic there is gonna be really cool. And a lot of people coming to Mitchell to see that.
That airport road, yeah, airport road, that's a busy road.
Yeah, it is, yeah. Yeah, they're all narrow. The lake road's narrow, so if we can keep people off them, like I said, on that Franks Bay Trail to the west, there's just a lot of people have really commented of how they appreciate that.
That was, one of my concerns when I looked at this was, when we look at, if this is something that would draw people to that area, where are they going to park when they go to or from? And there's not really public access to a lot of great parking right there. Certainly not nearly as much as the Corn Palace has. And so I would like to see what we could do to interconnect some trails and do some of those kinds of things as well. And maybe, like, in my mind, you know, I like to say things that I'm sure cause Joe Schroeder to, like, don't look at my budget and say those kinds of things, Tim, but could we work on getting all of the paths connected, and instead of being the longest glow trail, could we be the longest trail?
I think that's a great idea, too.
Yeah,
So.
cool, all right. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Joe, just a guesstimate. No, you, Joe.
Other Joe.
Other Joe. I guess if we're gonna do it, and I want to pave it, somehow we have to light it.
I think you'd go solar lights. I think that's putting copper in the ground would be expensive, but it's
Yeah,
just,
I mean, 2.25 miles of wire in the ground would be spendy. Solar would be a fair option.
What they do to what?
come on up.
What did they do to light the Dry Run Creek Trail? Didn't they get a grant for those lighting along there
Yeah.
and stuff? Couldn't we do the same thing for that trail right along there to get a grant, or whoever did that? So we had those same style lights along that 2.5 miles as Dry Run Creek is. I don't know how they all did that and everything like that, but.
That'd be a Kevin Nelson question. Can you answer that for us? Maybe that's a Terry question.
My
Probably a
predecessor,
combination of both.
Okay.
my
Terry?
predecessor applied for state funding from I think it was a Game Fish and Parks grant, and I believe the cost was around $140,000 for putting in 43 lights in that 1 mile stretch. So
Would
if
be
you're
double
looking at double that, but plus add 20%, and
Yeah.
So you'd be closer, pushing 300?
Was that a 50 or 80% match?
that was, I'm not even certain.
I'm not sure if there was a limit, like a funding limit on that amount, but you could do it in 2 years or 2 different grants or whatever.
So if it was 300, we would match 60%. Is that what you're saying?
I think it was 80/20.
80/20?
Yeah.
We put down 80 or they do?
We put down 20%.
Oh, okay. Well, that sounds reasonable. That sounds reasonable. If it's,
They were
Those were
hardwired, yeah. We picked out the light. We actually designed it, I think, and.
Right, so in-house was the design, so that saved
Yeah.
10 to 20%.
Yeah.
so, okay, cool. So consensus from the biker community, bicyclist community, you'd be okay with paving it and adding lights, no glow, but also work on connecting other paths. Okay, sounds good.
Interested in knowing how you all feel about the stretch on Ullman. I know we've had lengthy conversations, and I know that this is coming from me personally because it actually affects those of us in Ward 4 a lot, because there is that stretch of road on Ullman that doesn't have, it neither has a bike path, nor does it really have a shoulder. So I wonder if there's any way that we could, does the bike community feel like that would be a priority or not?
I don't know if it's a priority to light those, maybe it is, but any more, you can buy, my lights on my bike they're inexpensive, but they're bright and they last,
Yeah, I'm not
several
talking about
hours.
lighting it, I'm talking about having a trail
Oh,
that goes between West 23rd and,
yep,
yeah, Kemper, is that
Right.
where the bike path picks up?
yeah.
On Ullman.
Oh, I thought we were talking about lighting,
Yeah, I changed the subject.
oh, okay,
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
yeah, I mean,
Would you have a priority at all in your mind that would,
from
I'm
Kemper
looking at Courtney
to,
Glenn like this.
yeah.
Isn't that the one that we were discussing, that the curb and gutter needed to come first?
Yeah, I know.
Priority, I would say, is fixing Ullman and putting a bike path on Ullman. That 2.5 miles is a great trail, but I think you need to leave that some natural surface because there are a lot of people who utilize that trail as true biking versus a walking trail, and we now have a great paved trail out at the lake if we can leave that natural surface. But that goes back to taking that $300,000 that might cost to light it, putting it on Ullman, because a lot of people bike and walk that in the mornings, and it is not a great situation when it's dark out, so.
And I know that there are other ways to access bike paths through
Yeah.
our neighborhood. I recognize that. The thing is that a lot of people don't use those. They want to use that Ullman stretch.
Yeah.
And it is a constant concern from anyone that drives out there or rides out there.
Yeah, and I think it really becomes who your riders are too. If you're riding a road bike, probably you're not going to cut through those neighborhoods. You want straight stretches out to the lake, and you're going to stay on Ullman. And so you have a diverse biking community that needs multiple trails.
Joe, what is our projection in terms of, I know, is it 2 years that you're thinking we might be able to get that? Is there any way to push that forward?
So I'm currently working on 3 different design proposals with 2 engineering firms to bring to council for your guys' discussion on which projects you'd like to move forward with, whether that's 1, 2, or 3. One of those areas is Ullman from 23rd to Kemper. Another area is First Avenue from Burr to Foster. And the third area is a storm sewer project that's at the Wisconsin and 13th intersection that goes past Cadwell. So my hope is at the next meeting to be able to bring those 3 forward for discussion and decide, right, what 1, 2, probably 2 that the council would like to move forward with, and the third could be moved forward with a year or 2 after that, because those will be fairly expensive projects to construct.
I drive this road every day, and I was telling Tim before the meeting started that yesterday you could tell three kids got rollerblades for Christmas because they weren't very proficient with them, but they were on this road. And I see it all the time. I see kids going down to the lake with fishing poles, and we just at some point need to make this more of a safe route. And I did get some emails today asking of, I would love to see the paved out at the railroad, but in reality, until we get this a more safer route, would be my number 1 priority. The person lives in, or the people do live in Ward 4. And we've had, obviously, a tragedy out there, and we don't ever want to see another one.
You're right, and that's a real good point.
And if we're talking about areas on the bike path that I get talked to the most about not having a piece of path, it's this area on Ullman right here. With the golf course right out there, there are a lot of people that use that road to access that facility. And so it is not just your ward that is affected by that, it is all of us.
Point well taken. And the thing is, it's not an extremely wide road. It's very, and it's deep, then it just drops off. Yeah, so I know personally, when we have walked, even just from Pebble Beach Road to get to the corner, but we usually we have a route that we walk, and we have our dog. And, you're either down in the gutter Well, you're just down in the gutter. That's where you walk but you can't ride a bike down in the gutter. So I think we have to address that.
That's the headline from tomorrow, down in the gutter.
There's another several hundred yards at the end of North Olman where it connects up to, is it West Harmon? Over to Franks Bay. There's really no way to go except on the road right there. And that was brought up to me a couple weeks ago.
So what's the timeline, Joe, if we wanted to put a rush order on safety?
A rush order on safety.
So ideally, one of these projects would be designed and budgeted for a 26 construction.
I'm getting the general consensus from the council and everyone else that that's what we should focus on. See? Isn't discussion great?
Dreams come true. That'd be great.
So it's a no on the glow rocks. Listen, remember what I said? It's all about discussion, right? You got to pose the questions and good things come out of it. Those are free samples.
You do have like 30 there. Do you have to, could you just like sprinkle them along the way? And
I also bought a bag of them I got a pound in my office of glow rocks. Okay, so we're going to work on 23rd and Ullman. How about paving the path and adding lights? We can also bring that up for discussion at a further time. We'll look at lighting. Does that sound fair to everyone? Okay. Well, anything else before we move on? All right, continued discussion on sidewalk assessment projects for 2025. Let's stretch this into my longest city council meeting. What do you think? Yes.
All right, Mayor, Council, I was asked to come up and kind of continue the conversation we had on sidewalk assessment projects. At our last meeting, I was asked to bring up the areas that we had for code enforcement areas that people that built in 1992 were required to put in the sidewalk on their property when they built their house. Many did, but there are also some that did not. And so we have some maps that show the areas, and it's not bad. You're going to see, I would say probably in the last 10 to 12 years, a majority of those people within those last 10 to 12 years put in their sidewalk as part of their new construction. But the ones from that point going back to 1992 were some that did not. Now, a majority of those are not the same current owners. So if we did go after those people, those would be people that would get a notice and saying that they would have to do it, which the previous property owner would have to do it, but that's their issue with having to purchase that property that didn't get done. So on the map on the screen, there's the area on the island. We have one location, a person built his house, and we've been on him to put in the sidewalks. We've been actually working with him, and he was supposed to be putting them in this fall. It got late, and he wanted to wait, so he's planning on doing it in the spring. So this location isn't a big issue to go after because we're working with them on trying to get that done. And in the last probably 10 years, we've been really focusing on people that build their house to make sure that they put it in. If they don't want to do it, you could ask for a sidewalk waiver. That goes to you guys, and you have the decision to say, yeah, we'll let them wait. But in most cases, you guys don't approve the sidewalk waiver, and then it gets installed. So next slide. Okay, so this is the area on Fiala Road. We have a new construction on the east side of the road that is on that southern portion. That person just built his house within a couple years. He did not put in the sidewalk, so that would be one. The other ones that are marked on that map are different owners that purchased the property after it was built. So those would be people that weren't the original owners that we could go after. Okay, move on to the next one. Okay, this is an area, it's an industrial area. So you have graphics packaging, you have Pepsi, you have Cromer Plumbing, Mitchell Manufacturing. This is an industrial area, and there's no sidewalks that would connect to this area. So this could be one, this would be a good one that could be waived for sidewalks at a later time, or if you guys decide you want to put it in, then that's up to you guys. But the only good way to cross a 4-lane highway would be down at Havens, where we have a signalized intersection. We really don't want people to cross a 4-lane highway partway down without no control. So this would be an area that I think would be okay. It's an industrial. There's not a lot of walkers in this area, and I think it would be okay to wait on. And other cities probably don't push the areas in industrial, bigger commercial as much as what we try to focus on parks, schools, residential areas like that, downtown. Okay, next one. Okay, this is an area out on Kippis Cove, North Minnesota, on the bypass that built after 92, and they just didn't finish their sidewalks in front of their house. Around Kippis Cove, most of those are around the cul-de-sacs that just didn't get filled in all the way. And then I think it's Countryside Living on North Minnesota, where the backside, no sidewalk ever got put in because there would be no sidewalk that would connect to it because of vacant piece of property going to Dental Designs. In front of SPN, that one's a non-issue because as part of the second phase of the DOT project, they're going to build a bike trail that'll continue from the Spillway Bridge going on the west side of the highway. It'll curve around on that free right. It'll stay on the north side of the bypass all the way to Minnesota Street to connect to that crosswalk that crosses over. So that's kind of a dead issue because there'll be a bike trail there built next year. Okay, next one. This is an area over behind Shopko. You got a little bit on the Vernite prop.
Can I ask a question?
Yep.
Can you go back to the one before this?
Yep.
Notice this. On the far left, it looks like West 15th. Did you talk about that?
West 15.
Yeah, right there. Look at the, okay, wait.
No, I went up too far, sorry.
It's at the bottom of the picture on the far left. There. Do you see it down there?
Oh, yeah. So that's that area by the, there's a daycare there right now, then floor to ceiling. Those people were built after the 92. There were no sidewalks in the area. Now Echo built, and then there is sidewalk around their property. So I see no reason why you couldn't do it, but this is also an area you could waive because there's also rural section road on Commerce Street. It would only be for a small area, but it would be a good area to look at and to decide to waive it or not. Echo put theirs in, so there is some sidewalk across the street. There is a daycare there. It's a good question. It's a good discussion.
I mean, the things that made me, when I saw this, I thought a couple of things. I thought, you've got the daycare, you've got the baseball and soccer fields just across the bypass there. And then we have the new road that just went in, and so, which may increase traffic along there. I just thought it was something that we should at least talk about and look at.
Well, and the new road that's put in has curb and gutter, so we could add sidewalk all the way, and it would mean that you could extend sidewalk at some point all the way over to Ullman Street. And if that portion of Ullman gets rebuilt to a bike trail on Ullman, it could be a connecting path to that. So.
Yeah. When Echo was first came forward with their building permit, I actually thought they were going to request to waive the sidewalk. Then one day I drove past and they put their sidewalk in. I do feel like this is an area that would be okay with a waiver, just because to get to it from town, you have to cross the bypass of people going 50 mile an hour. So, I mean, it's not necessarily a location where you want to promote people to cross the street. A little bit of Frogger. But Yeah, Terry is right. The Echo did put sidewalk in. There is the potential to have sidewalk along Ullman when it rebuilds. It's just long-term engineering safety. You think about how are we going to get across Ullman?
But then on the other point, in a couple of years, I think it's 5 years, the DOT is going to extend the bike trail, go around the radius of Mitchell Christian. And with 15th now extended, I could see people crossing there and actually continuing on 15th all the way to Ullman. So there's a potential that could be used as a crossover, even though we don't like it, because it's harder for kids to cross. That's why we added the signal at Minnesota.
And we may end up having to put in another signal in the long run, if that ends up happening.
And I was just going to make a real quick comment on waivers. I think we should be very careful on using that term. Maybe we're going to concentrate on different areas, but not say we're waiving it.
We should do no waivers.
There you go, delayed, I like
Waive
that.
waivers.
Yeah.
And the way the waiver is described, it's a delay until sidewalk comes in the area. All it is a temporary delay until we're in the area.
What's the benefit of delaying for the community?
So like in the example we're talking about here, if you delay it, you're not encouraging, like for me personally, when I was a kid playing ball at those fields, if there was a sidewalk across the street, I would think it's okay for me to cross there. And so you're preventing or stopping sidewalk going in until it's safe, in this example, until it makes sense for what the entire project or the finish of the area looks like. Is that fair?
Yeah.
What about is there other areas
Yes.
we do delays? that
Oh.
are Not near the bypass?
We haven't done any delays on sidewalk for a number of years. We did them quite a few years back, but now the council does not approve any waivers or delays. All right, next one.
And what?
Okay, this area, we just got one at the corner of Northridge and Foster on a new construction. The one up in red is on Chalkstone and Ridge. That was a new construction that got released a waiver and was told that you could wait until you put in your sidewalk once we put sidewalk in the neighborhood. And then there's one down on 8th Street.
I think you skipped a slide.
Did I?
I think there's one.
Oh, okay, that one. That's, okay, so this is an area, Delta Health Partners on 23rd. North Davison, there's area of sidewalk on the east side of those people built after the 92 building permit came in. Also Green Ridge, and this is going to be a difficult area because this right-of-way is only 50 feet wide, where a normal right-of-way is 66 feet wide. And the width of the road is 41 feet wide, which only gives us 4.5 feet of allowable space to put in a sidewalk. It would have to be all curbside. So what we would do after talking to Justin is we would just approach those neighbors at the time when we put in either the code enforcement sidewalk and try to work with them on obtaining some easements or working with the property owners just to try to find a better place to put it.
How many years is this plan? Is this the 50 year?
It's ongoing. Job security. All right, the rest of the areas are a little bit on Fair Oaks in that area. And we had one more, I think. Bridal Drive. There's just a couple spots on the end of Bridal Drive of new construction people that didn't build. I missed 2 slides that I sent Stephanie, and they were, right there, Menards, the Avera. There's an Avera Home Health Clinic on, I think it's Menzer, South Menzer, and then on South Capitol. There's the new apartments that are going in. Those would be code enforcement areas, and Menards would be a good stretch that we could do. And then we'll go to the other slide that Stephanie had open. Patzers, TK Electric, those were building permits that came in after the 92, and then there's some new construction. Spotty, but from there going all the way to Dry Run Creek. So that's your code enforcement areas. There's not many that is recent. A lot of them are going back, I would say, 10 years ago to probably back in 92. So there's not much, and it's sporadic. One of the ideas that we had was we could send all those people letters, and we could give them this year to get it done. If they don't get it done this year, we would hire a contractor to do those and do those spot areas, or we could just put it as part of a project, and they really can't fight it because we're filling in the area. It's however you guys want us to go about doing it.
Someone messaged me and asked about, what about houses around the lake? I think I've got that answer that there's no gutter, but.
There's no curb and gutter, so there's really not a good place to want to put it. We have talked about those areas where we're painting a shared use, share the road to try to get a path going around the lake. But there's really no good place to put sidewalk in areas where we don't have the curb and gutter.
And the ordinance states that sidewalk is only required where there is a curb and gutter.
Another problem with some of those areas is you don't know exactly where the property boundaries are. The road kind of meanders closer to one side or the other.
Got it.
So I guess one idea just to keep it moving, and we went through the proposed sidewalks that we went through at the last meeting. We could scroll through those real quick. So this would be that area on Fiala Road that we would, the red would be the ones that would be the newer construction, and then we would put in new sidewalk from that north end of the houses all the way down to North Harmon. The next area would be Mitchell Boulevard in North Minnesota, up to basically Nindy. Next one would be North Wisconsin, area by the apartments. Next. Oh, and then the area over by the woods, some areas to fill in. So a couple options would be one option would be we could send out a letter to the code enforcement areas and hazardous sidewalk areas, send them notices, and we work on getting those completed this year. If they don't get them completed, we would hire a contractor and get those areas fixed for next year. We would also send out a letter to all the properties that were 2025 proposed sidewalk. We would move them another year. So give them a year's notice before we would have a sidewalk project. So like you guys were talking, you would like to give people notice so they would have a year's notice to plan or get ready for the project. And then we would do a proposed sidewalk project for 2026. I guess my thought, if you wanted a thought from me, would be is maybe look at the code enforcement and the same people that built their house or businesses that built their house that are still in the same house, we go after those people. And then we would go after hazardous sidewalk. Do that for this year, send out a notice for all the projects we want to do. We had planned on doing 25, doing them in 26. That way those people have a heads up. And then we would generate a 3-year sidewalk plan and keep on a yearly rotation.
So what direction are you looking from us? Are you?
I want some guidance of what you guys would like us to do.
What guidance would you like to give?
Right, so just a quick summary of what we are proposing is for 2025, we would recommend doing some of the code enforcement work for people who did not install sidewalks for building permits after 91. We would send out notices to what we consider a project for 2026. We'd send notice to them and give them the year of 2025 to complete them, or the city will complete that work in 2026. And then we would continue this process every year where we would send out notices towards the beginning of the year saying, hey, we're putting you on notice that you have this next summer to complete sidewalk work in front of your house, or the city will complete that as part of a project the following year.
And Joe, you're saying, so taking the 4 spots that are currently not doing those next year and
Correct.
focusing on what we're doing here?
Correct.
So the last meeting too, we discussed the other option, obviously, of sending out letters to our areas that didn't do them in their timeline and to see if we get some good faith gestures out of a few of them saying, yep, you're right, I didn't do it, I'm going to do it myself, and maybe that'll take some of them off our list.
Yep.
Because I do believe some people are going to do that once they get the letter. They know they've been sitting here quietly in the weeds kind of thing and saying, hey, I'm going to get mine done now because now you've given me a letter, knowingly that we're going to be coming in a year or two from there out. One of the biggest concerns I have is we obviously been by the wayside for the last few years, COVID and everything else. We're back on track. I think taking a nice big chunk out of the city and doing some sidewalks would be a positive thing to our area and to our community, and we haven't did that for the last 3 years. So I personally like to focus on the 4 areas yet, do it and send out a letter. And hopefully we get those that'll do it for us, takes them off the list, and then after that, in 26, then we go after them. But let's give these people a chance. I mean, we really haven't hounded them, and maybe that's the wrong word I used, but we really haven't said, hey,
Kept them up to date.
you're not up to code, so let's give them the opportunity to make themselves look better before we got to come knocking on their door, because you might get 20% of those people do it. So let's take our 4 and then let's do some letters, and then after that, then we'll make a list and we'll come after it. That's where I'm personally at, so.
Does that work for you, Terry? Are you looking
Yep.
for some more clarification?
No?
Your industrial areas, let's just let them rest for
Okay.
now until we get a little bit more activity and action,
Okay.
whatever. So that you know which ones you pointed out.
Yeah, the area by Cromer, Graphic Packaging, the area by Patzers, and that area, I think we go after that area. Because that's got housing that ties into it and takes it to the Burr Street Bike Trail.
Okay,
Thank you.
anything else for Mr. Johnson? Okay, and with that, we're going to motion to enter into executive session according to SDCL 1-25-2-3 legal. There will be no action after this.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. McCardle, motion by Mr. Goldhammer, second by Mr. McCardle. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.